age, the sweetest taste, devotion, desperation, need. Impaled, you lay a tall, crooked beauty, light exploding from the broken spaces. Blinded, I stretch the chain's length, bone and sinew ripping, your tears and lashes fluttering, great wings of love and death. As he bled and scrambled about the snarling, suspended bed of brambles, searching for perfect, unblemished fruit as an offering, forgetfulness of purpose bested him. It was not perfection, but sweet, ugly, nourishing orbs dancing before him. He forgot recognition. The angled, batting wings, musty and sin, a gift no other air. Twitching in audible silence, screaming terrible reverberations through his body. Nobody but they would know a thing. Perfection, a gift, began to fall. All the robins came to dance upon the chest, to wake the body again. Glowing red-breasted orbs glinting, tears of was and wasn't, pooled and rippled neath 1,000 tiny dancing lamps. What grace and integrity, your heart guiding the flock of messengers, your infiniteness tingles as it dances up and down the spine. Lay in your quiet, in your silent breath, and shiver. Your infiniteness tingles as it dances up and down the spine.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome on down to Stalker Tuesday. It's lovely to see you all here tonight. Had a little bit of a nasty little throat scratchy thing going on this past couple of days, so I might have to ask you all to be a little bit more liberal with those tea time and hydrate redeems. Pretty please. Cinco, if the song you were asking about happened to be the one that had, like, spoken word and then that, like, distorted guitar at the end, that would be Atop a Crooked Beauty, off of the album that's linked down in my credits section at the bottom, which would be Tucker Theodore's To Make the Sun Hurt is the album, and the song would be Atop a Crooked Beauty. It's a really, really beautiful little song. I'm very fond of it. Still kind of insane. I've still been using the same intro music all this time, and I can't really bring it on myself even after getting permission from another artist to really stop using Tucker's music. I hope he's doing well. Hope he's doing well. I've thought about using music from some of his other projects, like Buffalo Voice or Gunmother's Head. There's something about To Make the Sun Hurt that has caused it to kind of prevail. Like, I don't really know how else to put it. As soon as we get to, like, the tail end of this year, right? Like, once we start coming up on the fall and early winter of this year, I'll have been listening to this album for the better part of a decade. Because I picked it up in, like October of, like, 2016, after my friend put me onto it. And, I've had my cassette copy since around, like, spring or summer of 2017. It's, I know I've talked a lot about it. Talked a lot on stream about how I feel about Tucker Theodore and his music, and what it means to me. How the different projects he tends to make tend to feel like this sort of interesting cross-section of trauma. How Gunmother's Head feels like being hurt. Tucker Theodore's, like, music under his main name is what it feels like to finally kind of be, like, done with hurt and dealing with it in the aftermath. And Buffalo Voice feels like healing. I love his music and will speak endless love of it, and I do not give a shit when anybody says it is absolutely beautiful stuff. And as a person who is already really big into, like, folk music and slowcore and all of that, you know, I love the Red House Painters, I love Low, rest in peace Mimi Parker, you know, I love Codeine, love Duster, love all of it. I don't think anything has ever really hit the same way that Tucker Theodore's music has, and in the best way, really. I'm gonna stop stalling. I'm gonna bring us on down to the actual game tonight, but it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be a nice chill night. We're gonna do some more zone exploring. Soroka, good to see you. Before I actually get in, let me give some love to all of my people in chat here. Kim Tustis, good to fucking see you as always. Happy Stalker Tuesday. Tiana, nice job grabbing the compass. Soroka and Cinco, good to see you both. Yeah, let's head on down to the bar and get the show on the road, shall we? We've got our work cut out for us tonight. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in. I'm Too Much Sascha, the Chernobyl Battle Maid. I cook, I clean, and I kill. And when I'm not doing any of those things, I'm on stream, playing spooky shooty games, and often... Holy shit. Holy fuck. I got so fucking shocked I accidentally hit, like, the wrong goddamn button. Holy shit. Tiana, thank you. Fuck. Jesus, Tiana, thank you. Okay, so I need to fix that command, by the way, because it assumed that you were giving a sub to... It assumed that it was thanking you instead of the person who was giving the gift sub. Give me a second. Fix, gift, ask, gift, redeem, text. I'll have to fuck with that. But, shit, thank you so much, Tiana. That really does mean the world to me. Thank you. You're an absolute fucking gem to our community, and to see how you've been doing since you started hanging out with all of us and seeing the the support network that the Hate Crew has presented to you, and also the effect that you've had on all of us, the way that you've pushed me to keep, you know, doing a lot of stuff when I wasn't really sure if I could, the way that you've influenced me in much of what I do, and also just the way we both kind of like bounce off of each other. You're a magical person to be around, and I couldn't be happier to live in a world that has you in it right now. I just want to make that clear. That means so much to hear, Amanda. I'm genuine about that. So, what's on the menu for tonight? What's on the menu? So, last week, I said I was going to... You're gonna cry. Yeah, well, that's what we do here. So, last week, speaking of crying, I spent a good amount of time on stream saying I was going to do the Burning Forest, and instead, I did side quests for Malachite. To the point where I spent a good the entire, like, last half of the stream talking about environmental storytelling, talking about... Also, we had a hype train. We have a hype train? When did we get a hype train? When did this start? God damn it, Tiana. This is the last time I let y'all run a train on me in my chat. That's not the way I'm gonna word it. That's not the way I'm gonna word it. But the point is... God damn it. Is that your girl, Tiny No Gimlet? Yep, that's me. I am now... You know what, at this point, right, I'm already, like, working on, like, fun aliases and alter egos to use since I'm, like, working more on rap at this point. I'm gonna fucking come out and just be like, yo, what's up? It's Too Much Sascha, aka Lil Gimlet, aka Young Sylvia. How you doing? Oh, God. Angel Vice VT, good to fucking see you tonight. Yeah, Angel has sniffed me out. Soroka said doing side quests for Princess Mallory Malachite. Yeah, well, honestly, I don't know. I feel like our Mal would probably be pretty at home in the, like, Malachite faction in Stalker 2. They're all about the science, they're all about the weirdness. I feel like Mal would, like, sit down and write new fiction watching the fucking orb near the Malachite base. Good to see you, Angel. I hope you're having a wonderful night, and I hope the, Holy shit! Rhodey, thank you! God damn it, Rhodey. Thank you for the sub, for the gift sub. Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to see you tonight as well, Rhodey. Everything that all of you do is greatly appreciated. I just want you to know that. Your phone died the minute I started talking. Rhodey, fuck, again? Jesus, thank you. And we're at a level 2 hype train, and I've been sitting here yapping. Oh, thank you so fucking much. Holy shit, Rhodey. Rhodey's... I'm gonna give another shout out to Rhodey, too, because Rhodey's another absolutely fucking, like, wonderful goddamn soul to be around. Rhodey was fucking fantastic on the rally stream last week. Rhodey is one that Amber loves getting to talk to. Rhodey is a homie that I'm really happy that having met her, like, a decent amount of time ago, like, fate kind of brought us back into each other's corners where it's like, hey, good to see ya. It's, I think that's lovely. Right, Angel, you are painting your house. And, I hope that's doing well. I'm happy you've been getting some good appliances. You guys getting all of your shit started and everything has me absolutely so impossibly proud for you two. It's so fucking lovely, and it, especially since I met, like, I met Angel right when she was still, like, living with her family, and still picking up the pieces after that, and, Cinco, it was the one that ended with that guitar solo. It was probably, as I said earlier, if you go down into my About Me, like my links section, like my credits section, my About Me, here on Twitch, it links to Tucker Theodore's, To Make the Sun Hurt album, because that's, like, where usually, like, my intro music is. It'll be the song Atop a Crooked Beauty. It's a really, really wonderful little song. But yeah, no, I met Angel when she was still living with her family and picking up the pieces after a pretty devastating tragedy, and seeing her go from that to now living with Missy's family up in Canada to now both of them getting their own place, that's... I don't really think it can be overstated just how much Angel has been fighting hard. Like, it hasn't even been a full year since I met her in like March of 2025. So like the fact that you've gone this far and gotten all of this done in all of this time frame, and we've gotten to be a part of your journey this whole time, I think that's absolutely fucking gorgeous. And you really are like one of the best people to exemplify what the Pripyat City Hate Crew is all about, in terms of how you've been pushing through all of this, how you've been fighting to make this space your own, and how you've been fighting to make sure that people like you have a place they can be safe. And you've been doing it all while trying your best to keep yourself happy and be the best version of yourself you can. If that's not the point of life, what the fuck is? This is great thing to talk about while this song is playing from Metro. But I do hope the house painting goes well. But yes, Angel snuffed me out, or not, Angel sniffed me out, as a result of her saying that I have, like, Tawny No Gimlet energy. I've kind of become something of a Tawny No Gimlet, Kenny, recently. And I might have made a Tawny No Gimlet fan cam that's about 40 seconds. Do you guys want to see that before I get into the stream? Do you guys want to see the Tawny No Gimlet fan cam that I, like, spent 3 hours last night making on, like, 4 hours of sleep? Angel snuffed me. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's see the Gimlet fan cam, okay? So... I did this last night. I got up from, like, my nap. I got up from, like, my afternoon nap. Because yesterday I felt really accomplished because I got my fucking, like, health insurance renewed. I got my, like, HRT, like, labs booked. I paid off my segment of student loans. I got a lot of shit. I got a lot of shit knocked out yesterday. And I was feeling extra accomplished. So, I might have woken up that morning and said, you know what, I'm gonna make a Tawny No Gimlet fan cam with a Suicide Boys track, and ain't nobody's gonna stop me. So I did. And Angel and Rhodey and Lav and a couple other homies were just in there watching me put it together. And it went from me just going, oh, you know, I'm gonna, like, make, like, a fun little, like, fan cam to, like, okay, I kind of went all in on this, but... I'll show this to y'all before we call it, or before we get into stream proper then. Because some of y'all might not have seen it. And I think you deserve to see it. So, without further ado, right at the time that we close at Hype Train level 3, thank you all so fucking much. My god. Y'all are the fucking best. Y'all are the fucking coolest. I love all of you. Hi, Billy Bucket. Just in time to see some horses. So before we get into the actual proper Stalker stream, horse nonsense. Yeah, I cooked that up in 3 hours. Pripyat City Horse Crew. The song is No Matter Which Direction I'm Going In, I Never Chase These Hoes by Suicide Boys. So naturally, the title of the video is the fucking no matter which direction I'm going in, I never chase these horses. Look, if any of the Umas was gonna get a Suicide Boys fan cam, it would be the one that believes she has mystical powers hidden in her hand and wears an eye patch. Like, it would have to be Gimlet. I don't know, I've just gotten, ever since Angel said that I'm Gimlet Core, I've gotten extremely, like, into her, like, to the point where half of the 3 hours I was making this was a combination of sleep-deprived delirium and gender euphoria. I love that she has a gorgeous, deep femme voice. I love her personality. I love her dance moves. I think she's great, and I've found another character to add to the Kinney list. She is sipping. Yeah, Angel had to listen to the part where it says sipping on some drink with a skank for like fucking like 10 minutes. Because like I literally had to sit down and I was like, what am I gonna put here? I was like, okay, Which Uber is the skankiest? That was an insane thing to say, but I'm very happy that y'all liked it. And I should probably do more fan cams at some point. I am working on like a smoother kind of like braggadocious melodic Suicide Boys like type track right now, where I drop insane bars. If you want some examples of them, I've been cooking up some absolutely insane ones. One of them was, what is it? Girl, you looking like a model, body count like the sorrow. Thanks for the follow. Holla at my voicemail tomorrow. Or what is it? I'm feeling like the federal signal, had to let him know. Got a little piece of heaven because my bitch is sevenfold. Getting roadhead, calling up 4 others on my phone. The 350 sounding like Ghidra when it roar. Come on, it's heat. I like writing bars. Anyway, let's stop stalling. So tonight's little attraction is getting to the thing I said I was going to do last stream, which is actually going to the fucking also I forgot to turn the bar music back up. Is doing the thing I said I was going to do last stream, which is going to the Burnt Forest and getting some exploration done. There's not going to be a whole lot of questing. There's not going to be a whole lot of the MSQ. It's just going to be a lot of us going around, looking at anomalies, and checking out what the zone has to show us tonight. It's going to be nice. It's going to be a chill little time, and I'm excited for it. So we're gonna take it slow. We're gonna take it easy. We'll yap about whatever the fuck there is to yap about. And like I said earlier, since I've been having something of a cough lately, I might need y'all to be a little bit more liberal with the hydrate and tea time redeems, if you so choose. Whatever I can do to get you all to stop saving up points for Brigand Oaxaca. All right. Who is ready? Who's ready for some Stalk Tua? Because I know I am. Let's get it. You know, there's something really poetic about the fact that Gerza Dreaming is now playing. I'm gonna take that as a sign. Fuck it. So, here we are once again. So, where the fuck was I? Was this... Right, I'm still at the Malachite base. I'm still at the Malachite base, and I'm trying to find a way to get inside so I can talk to Malachite OS and ask her, so Malachite, tell me more about the process behind the next chapter of Manifest. Ziggy, good to see you. Good to see you. Can we get a shout out for Ziggy Virus VT, pretty please? Also, good to see you, Val Viscera. Yeah, let's get a shout out for Ziggy. He's an absolute real one. I hope to see him at tomorrow night's Clock Party, where we're going to be playing Open Fortress in the Discord. If any of y'all play Open Fortress and would like to be a part of that, then you can hit !Discord to join us in our adventures, be a part of it. I think you'll have a great time. But Ziggy's a real one. Love hanging out with this homie. I love yapping with him about like Resident Evil and all sorts of other shit. Absolute fucking treat to have in chat. Sure is tomorrow. It was going to be last week, and then I decided I didn't really have a Glock party in me. I spent Wednesday just writing. Having a good time writing, too. I think Chapter 2 of Nobody Hurts Me Better is probably, like, probably gonna be coming, like, it's about, like, a third of the way done right now. Because they haven't even gotten to the hotel yet. Hope nothing happens to my favorite new character, Tilt, in the Legion candidate. See, I haven't even read it yet, so I genuinely have no clue what any of this is referring to. I'm sure it's fine. God, what a gorgeous little car. This almost looks like a Fiat 500. In fact, wait a minute. Let me look at my real Fiat 500 on my table. Chad, is this a Fiat? How about that prick's face when he saw the Fiat? See, I think what's making it not fit for me is the vent holes on the boot are not. I don't think this isn't a Fiat. Polski Fiat? There were some Polski Fiats. There was actually a really cool Polish car that me and Soroka saw at the very beginning of Darkwood. Thank you for the sip and quick save redeem, Alaris. I greatly appreciate it. Dude, it's the Zuz. How are you doing tonight, Alaris? My dad always said Fiat stands for fix it again, Tony. Yeah, I believe it. You know, it's fucked up because every time I think of the phrase Fiat, I either feel like somebody tried to write Gat and made a typo, or I think of that one Oni Plays animation where it's the guy who, like, gets buff because he wants to get chicks at the club, and instead the chicks all, like, go for a guy who's, like, fat anyway, and he just says, what the fuck, and then the video ends. You guys remember Oni NG? You guys remember Newgrounds? Shut the fuck up. No, you don't. Got to meet up with friends so you can't stick around. Yeah, I remember you telling about that. Well, I hope it goes well, homie. Always good to see you. Okay, so unfortunately the problem about all of this other shit is I'm probably not going to bother with any of the stuff around the burnt forest. I'm just going to make a beeline there. Y'all remember Chris Neosi? You know, it's really funny you bring up Chris Neosi because I was just watching a video about Yeek last night with Nyx while we were eating her enchiladas. She made like this weird, like, sort of like Mexican lasagna thing by basically like putting like, you know, like the enchilada meat and beans and everything filling between layers of tortilla in like a baking pan with some cheese on top. Multiple layers of grated like Colby Jack. It was fucking delicious. But we were watching a video about Yeek. I like that Chris Neosi sucks so bad that when Kyle McCarley went to go bat for him, he got own zoned so fucking hard he deleted his Twitter. Kyle McCarley doesn't have a Twitter presence. You know, like, notable actor for, you know, Android 9 Type S, in Nier Automata in English, deleted his Twitter because he got own zoned so bad because he went to bat for Chris fucking Neosi. Yeah, he was yeeking out. He was yeeking out to the fucking extreme. My pap was a mechanic. I don't remember having strong enough opinions of Fiats. Dude hated Fords. I've driven a Ford van. I would genuinely rather have my cock and balls crushed under a train. Wait, hold on a second. No, Alaris, Rody, Alaris just calls me the Zaz, like for, like, Zaza, but are you actually dead ass? Was that actually, did Alaris actually fucking, like, genuinely, like, accidentally point out the make of the car we were just looking at? You're not dead ass? Oh, go fuck yourself. No, Rody, I don't think you understand. Dead ass. I don't think you understand because you're not a New Yorker, but dead ass means, like, you're for real. If you say you're not dead ass, that means you're fucking with me. But if you are dead ass, that means you're being genuine. And it sounds like you're being dead ass. It sounds like you're being dead ass. Yeah, this is real. Also, Missy, good to fucking see you. How you doing tonight? Welcome to Stalker Tuesday. You're not kidding. Okay. Okay, you left out the comma. Okay, that was like a let's eat grandma situation there. Okay. Yeah, alright, well that's actually absurdly fucking funny that Alaris accidentally fucking, like, pointed out the car when she just called me the thing she always calls me. You're beat? Yeah, I would fucking imagine. Well, you and Angel take a fucking load off. It is very seriously a Zaz 965A. That is absolutely bonkers. Paint shopping, kitchen shop. Oh, yeah. When I was, like, shopping for, like, appliances and cleaning supplies and everything, like, right before I got this place, I was shopping for good, like, a good, like, fucking, what's the word? Like, a good hour on shift for everything, and it came out to, like, a good, like, we were, like, just a little bit short of, like, 900. Like, it was a lot for all of the shit that I needed. Like, I basically made sure we had everything we could possibly need. Tried to break in my docs while doing so, and your feet hate you for it. Your Doc Martens? Yeah, I would probably hate you too if I was your feet. That's a normal thing for a person to say, right? Normal people say that. Definitely the same car. I can't believe it. I can't believe Alaris actually, like... That is really fucking funny, actually. Alaris is like, look, it's the Zaz. And Rhodey's like, wow, it actually is. And I'm like, me or the car? And Rhodey's like, the car. And I'm like, huh? So, just like I did last time on stream, I got a decent look. Alright, look, okay. I've hung out in weird places. I've hung out in weird places because, like, sometimes I like to hang out in spots where people can't find me. Because I just don't really want to be, you know, like, seen. This is macabre. I do not think I am, like, sitting on the floor in an empty garage alone with night vision goggles on, 10 feet away from the blunt circle. Autistic. And I'm autistic. The bit takes too long to be a clip, but that is a clip. What a wild coincidence. You in college. No, that's real. I used to just sit out in the cafeteria and draw. I was telling Ocean, but, like, one of, like, the main things I used to draw a lot whenever I was drawing, thank you for the canteen sip, Mono, was that I would consistently draw, like, Ava characters and plug suits, because it was a way for me to, like, draw characters that were, like, and, like, you know, really get, like, like, an understanding of, like, proportions and body shape for, like, poses without drawing full-up nudes. Because I didn't want to draw nudes in my cafeteria at college, but I didn't want to not be making progress on my poses and my gestures and my overall, like, proportions and shit. So I would just draw, like, Ava characters in plug suits, and it worked. Can we get a shout-out for Monochrome TV, please? Oh, not a monochrome television set. The stream is called Too Much Sasha, but I see no more than one Sasha here. Well, the difference is that one Sasha is too much. Anyway, Monochrome TV, absolutely blessed soul to be around. Mono, we still need to sit down and listen to This Place Will Become Your Tomb. I'll get at you about that later, because I've been meaning to do that with you for months. Fucking what is it? Mono, we're going to be having on this Sunday for Deep Snow Delivery. So if you like mailing shit and you like Yuri, come on down for that. I'm very excited for it because I think it's really interesting this week. Both of my co-hosted streams are me having Elder Gods on to walk me through a game. One of them is a boomer shooter and the other is a Death Stranding like. Oh, not this shit again. Okay, I need to figure out what is making these mercs... Holy shit, dude, he hit the ground like a sack of dicks. I need to figure out what is making the mercenaries hate me so much, because it's getting a little bit fucking ridiculous. Like, I can't even take a piss or go fishing without these guys pulling up. Also, hi, Ari, good to see you. Mono has also been doing some very, very interesting things on their own channel, overhauling things into a very sort of like analog horror-inspired format, with really cool informative spins on things, from reading storylines to talking about real events. Mono has been absolutely busting their ass on their, like, current format for their channel, and it shows in everything they do. We absolutely love Mono, and I will never ever get sick of Mono, because Mono is Pripyat City Hate Crew Foundation. We claim ownership. Good to see you, Ari, like I said. Mischief said, I'm sorry, I can't read your message, Missy. I'm being accosted by jerboas. Can you give me a second? Alright, time to recreate that one dream sequence in Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl, I guess. Thank God a 2-round burst gets rid of him, though. Is that all of them? We good? We Gucci? Cool. Anyway. What is it? Plug suits are based in hot? Absolutely. It's obviously the main thing, though, is that they're on children in Ava. So, whenever I get to see Misato in one, I'll be happy. Let me see here. Missy says I'm so rusty at drawing. I was telling Soroka a thing about how, like, why I draw, or not why I draw, but how I write as a substitute for drawing. I'll get to that. Ziggy says the M14 EBR is an M1 Garen with cybernetic enhancements. Basically, I really liked how it was in Killing Floor 1, actually. Mono says Eldritch deities just have good taste. They really do. They really do. One moment, please. I'm being accosted by the locals. Yeah, it's not terribly fun when you're in the zone and a bunch of jerboas just pull up on you. They didn't like my vibes from across the bar and tried to beat me up about it. I mean, that is kind of my job. Like, I serve up the food, I clean up the place, and I'm a pretty face for people to give extra tips to barkeep about. But I'm also kind of there because it's like, hey, good evening, Stalker. I hope you're doing well. Listen, I just wanted you to know, barkeep is not really liking your vibe, and he wants me to beat the shit out of you and fling you across this table like Leon Kennedy. So, can you stand still for a second? Amanda says, I can't get whatever floats your boat will definitely sink my ship out of my head. It's a really good track. It's a really good track. I actually had a good cry to it a couple of weeks ago. I had a really good cry to it. Great fucking song. I may have put 300,000 P on you when I was drunk the other night. Oh, did you put a contract on me? You know those don't really work, right? Because, like, a lot of contracts have to go through barkeep as a means of, aggregating them. Like, he's the guy who organizes this shit. And you know, like, the woman who is usually taking out these contracts is me. So it's like, you're not gonna make a whole lot of progress on that, homie. I don't know what to tell you. I gotta admit, scopes are borderline fucking useless if you're not, like, holding your fucking breath. I love the idea of, like, consistently asking for consent before dumpstering somebody through a table. Hi, you are currently irritating my employer. Would you like me to powerbomb you about it? No, legitimately. It would be really funny if I got paid extra to be, like, really coy and kind of sweet-talky about it, too. Where it's just like, hi, how you doing, hun? Good to see you. Listen, sweetheart, I'm gonna be real. I'm really sick of your shit, and I think I'm gonna fucking break you in half about it. Damn, baby, not every day I get to see a pretty face here up in this bar. One quick problem, though. You haven't paid your tab in weeks, and barkeep says you gotta go. So, I hope you weren't planning on using those legs for the next couple of weeks. Sorry. Also, I don't know if the safety briefing reached you, but some scientist nerd was on Blue Sky doing an AMA, so if you need to kill him, clip it. Oh, are you talking about Chernov? Dude, Chernov's a fucking, like... I don't think I have to worry about that. I don't think I have to worry about that. I've seen it. I've seen him doing, like, a whole, like, AMA, and I've seen him, like, continuing to, like, answer questions about me and the rest of the fucking UN. I'm not really terribly worried about it, because I'm not the one who's gonna be, like, standing before a national committee about it like Mueller is. Like, it'll be like, oh, who is helping her? Like, some chick in the fucking zone. Okay. What are you gonna do? That's, I'm not terribly worried. Personally, I've enjoyed my time I've spent in Chernov's company. I think he's a swell guy. And I know that he's only really doing this because something needs to be done about Mueller and Reigns, which I agree. Pete. Is that Skinny Pete? So, nah, I'm not gonna clip him. Don't worry. Oh my god, how many of you fuckheads are there? Like, this is kind of ridiculous. I've never seen this many mercs before. And there's no fucking reason I should be consistently towing it with them this often. What is it? Angel said it doesn't help that an ACOG is for 556 and you're using it on 308. Yeah, well, I mean, the kickback is fine. It's just the fucking sway of the goddamn thing. There. Well, unfortunately, the only other scope that I've got is a Elcan Spectre. Wait, these guys don't look like mercs. Hold on, wait a minute. Upon closer inspection... Shit. Nope! These are not mercs. These are feds. Alright, I knew something was up. I was like, there's no reason I should be dealing with a fucking Merc hit squad this early. Somebody is up to some shit. There's fucking evil afoot. Gotcha. Oh, Jesus, it's the cops. Worse. It's the police cops. Oh, is this guy still alive? Alright, how many of you shitheads is left? You know that one fucking, what is it, fucking Dance Gavin Dance song, me and Zoloff get along just fine. Me and the feds do not get along. Okay, so here's what happened, is these were mercs, but then feds came in to tow it with the mercs. And now there's like a big like fed-merc turf war happening, and I'm really not interested in being a part of any of this. Yeah, this Vector is, wow. This Vector is pretty good. I'm kind of impressed it continues to be this useful even at this point in the game. Your organization's administrative assistant slash sad wet dog keeps trying to hit on me whenever I swing by. No, you can absolutely kill Sadowski. Mueller says we can have him once he's no longer useful. Unfortunately, Sadowski is not really ever going to not be useful, because he dispenses the desks that she fucks me and Reigns on. So, I don't know what to tell you, Homer, but you're gonna be waiting for a while. See, I like that you said sad wet dog and I immediately knew who it was. I was like, she's talking about Sadowski, isn't she? Look, alright. Sadowski may be about as useful in any kind of tactical situation as a wet fucking napkin, but he does do his paperwork. He does do his paperwork, considering Mueller really doesn't like doing paperwork. Mueller is an HR violation with legs and a mouth. I mean, I literally made the comic of that, where it's like, Penrose's director goes up to Angel and goes, "What did you think of the new Health album?" And Angel's like, "Oh, you're so sweet." Meanwhile, Mueller goes up to me and says, "What did you think of the new Health album?" And I'm like, ah! Not if you're operating illegally. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Mueller is like, the UNISG does not have HR. They do have like an internal affairs department, but like that internal affairs department is like just part of the regular board of directors for the UN. Because the UNISG is just, like, the UN's, like, you know, their division for the zone. Like, that is the, like, this is the sector of the UN that we are dedicating to specifically dealing with the zone. And nobody else in the UN fucks with this. So, they're just kind of, like, being given a lot of part and parcel of, like, well, the zone is kind of some freaky shit, so I guess we kind of just gotta, like, give you, you know, like, we just kind of gotta give you free reign over this shit. We trust you know what you're doing. But the biggest mistake you can make is trust that Mueller knows what she's doing. I think the biggest mistake you can make is trusting Mueller at all. But, generally speaking, they just kind of would be subjected to the same internal affairs department as the rest of the board of directors that the UN would have. And because the UNISG is the only unit that's like, the only division that's like actually dealing with the zone, and the zone kind of is a fairly credible threat, they just kind of get away with it. Also, Ziggy, I saw you ask if that is Duga. Yes, it is Duga. In fact, you actually go there. You actually go to Duga. I'm actually thinking of getting a special, like, artist-made intro. Artist-made intro. With me in, like, one of the antenna cages. Mueller kidnapped this maid. Mueller didn't kidnap me, Reigns kidnapped me, but Mueller did basically kind of, like, force me into servitude by threatening to tell everybody some really bad shit about me. I can't even say it on stream, but it's not great. Also helping people or something. I might get a job at the UN because Pretty Blue Beret also helping people or something. I don't don't know if the UN actually really does a terribly good job at doing that, I gotta say. Just from following the news and, you know, the past 2 decades. Mueller called me a stuck-up bitch, but at least I get to have a designated girlfriend fucking Tess. I know what it is. She likes women. Oh, if that... Everybody knows that. It's why nobody at the... Like, it's why the only people who hit on me at the bar are gopniks. Because they don't know. They're not with the local culture. Hold on a second. Please! Please! Go away! Okay, okay. I was, like, in the middle of continuing the bit, and that fucking thing... Wait a minute. Wait a fucking second. I've been here. I know what this is. The kind of dog shit. It's the Krug Antenna Complex. Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Please. Oh, okay. I fucking hate that shit. Maybe I'll just buy a blue beret on Amazon and do my own merc things. I feel like impersonating the UN might be a bad idea. I've had to kind of take a little bit of liberties. I'll tell you what, I was endlessly disappointed when I looked into, like, the UN, and, like, what kind of vehicles they use when I was, you know, working on the newest chapter for the New York City vacation fic. Oh, have a good night, Missy. It's wonderful to see you in chat, and I hope you have a great night. But working on the whole, like, fic of, like, Mueller and Sascha going on vacation in the zone, I was like, okay, well, the ideal vehicle to have Mueller riding around in is a Tahoe, you know? Like, the director would be driving around in your typical, like, Chevy / like, Ford-made, like, you know, like, run-of-the-mill, government-contracted black SUV with the windows tinted out, probably bull bars on the front type of shit. She would roll around in that. Or Reigns would insist on her rolling around in that. It just feels like it's like the typical you know, like government goon vehicle. They're always driving around in the black SUV. But I did a little bit of research, and the UN actually prefers white Toyota Land Cruisers. And I said, well, you know what? No, because the UNHQ fleet does actually have some black, like, Chevy SUVs on like, file. Some of them were decommissioned, but they do still have them. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Toyota Land Cruisers. I think the last time anybody bragged about having a Land Cruiser was only built for Cuban links. So, make of that what you fucking will. But, so, I was writing the segment or whatever of them, like, being in the, you know, like, actually climbing into the car, and Sascha immediately, like takes note of the fucking thing. Let me see, here we go. What is it? The interior... What the fuck was that? Oh, right, I'm in the bird forest. The interior of the Tahoe was fairly drab. Transports for government personnel preferred utility over luxury, though there weren't much utility needed when that personnel was Lucia Mueller. In a conversation months prior, the director had bemoaned the UN's insistence on uniform vehicles, primarily because they wouldn't honor her requisitions for a GLS class. She then tried asking for upholstered seats in her Tahoes, only to once again be denied. The tinted windows turned out to be a blessing. Sasha's eyes were still sluggishly adapting to rapid changes in light, and being rushed out of the cafe bathroom left her dizzy until the Tahoe gave her shade. As she climbed in and sat down at the far window, she reached down to knock on the door. Armored, as expected. Windows most likely bulletproofed as well. The bull bars out front certainly weren't necessary in the city, though they were likely part of a package deal. Miss Mueller climbed in after, her frame barely filling the cavernous interior of the vehicle. She flashed a pleased grin at Sascha as if she were a prom date being chauffeured in a limo. Neither woman bothered with their seatbelts. I really like these little segments. So, here's the thing, is we're in the burnt forest now. So Bridget's favorite car is whatever she finds with the keys in the glove box. No, literally. Penrose's fleet is all Tacomas. Get you some fucking get you some Hiluxes. So, you guys are gonna be hearing a sound a lot tonight, and that sound is lightning strikes. because we're here in the burnt forest. Now, why is it burnt? Well, technically, part of it just kind of comes down to, like, the environment. You'll notice many of the trees do tend to be pretty badly burnt, although it just looks like the intro of RE7 right now, so you'll have to bear with me. But you'll notice much of these trees are stripped of their bark. Many of them are blackened and burnt out. And the reason is, I guess you could almost call the entire burnt forest one giant anomalous zone. Because the deal with this place is that for some reason, lightning just strikes from fucking nothing for no reason. So lightning keeps striking the trees and keeps burning them, and sometimes forest fires happen and they die. But generally speaking, you'll just notice the entire burnt forest looks like this because it is basically one giant anomalous zone of random lightning strikes for no fuck-ass reason. Now, I know what's in this building. So, I took off my artifacts because I had to... It wasn't until I looked it up, about a decent while after release, but those anomalies only follow you if you have, like, artifacts on your belt. It's never explained in the game that that's why they work, so I don't really know how, like, you're kind of meant to, like, work out that that's how they function, but that is how they function. They chase after you if you have artifacts. Now, the last time I was down here, it was pretty fucking hairy. Because this is the Krug Antenna Complex. Now, anybody who's played Stalker Call of Pripyat is going to very clearly remember this locale. Because this is locale where you and Grouse go in because you think you might have that bloodsucker that's been killing stalkers around the Skadovsk for the past couple of weeks. Not realizing that the real killer is actually Tremor, the ship's medic who has a hemoglobin addiction and kills people to drink their blood. So you go here to find the bloodsucker nest, and boy do you ever find a bloodsucker nest. It is quite a fucking disastrous little quest. You have a lot of bloodsuckers to kill, and you sneak through an entire nest of the fucking things, all of them sleeping, standing up. It's one of the most tense moments in the entire series. It's genuinely breathtaking, even now. And there was a part I was playing it with Kelly on stream in Misery, and there was a fucking chimera outside doing that quest. That wasn't terribly fun. And I don't think it's ever really explained what this antenna complex is for. But you notice these, like, really funny little, like, antennas here. These are the exact same little, like, cage-style antennas you actually see on the Duga. I don't know if any of y'all have been playing Armored Core 6, but the wall sector where you fight that one fucking, like mini-boss, like, early on in the game. The wall just has, like rows of antenna arrays that look exactly like Duga. I was completely taken aback when I was like, is that fucking Duga? Does Armored Core 6 have Duga? Yeah, the Bloodsucker nest is horrifying, and generally speaking, the cool thing is that the quest is actually surprisingly open-ended. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to want to leave it immediately, and then you come back with a canister of gas, and then you pump the gas. Oh. Speaking of gas. Yeah, eat my ass. Wait for it. Just wait. Never noticed that with the wall. Yep, it's just Duga. Hold up. The cool thing about the night vision goggles, they make it easier to see the bloodsucker's, like, cloak ability. I don't give a fuck anymore. He wasn't even inside the fucking antenna complex, by the way. He was, like, outside it, but whatever. So at least we got rid of that guy. The bloodsucker nest is horrifying, but generally the entire purpose of the quest is that you're supposed to leave and then come back with a canister of gas. And then you hook it up to the ventilation system and pump the place full of gas. So every time you come back to it afterwards, it is no longer possible to go into the underground sections because there's poisonous gas. I did test this, and they actually use the type of poisonous gas that is different than the poisonous gas in the Pripyat underpass, because there's a whole main story quest thing where you need to get, like, you know, closed cycle breathing apparatuses for the underground sections of the Pripyat underpass, specifically because there's gas. So I tried seeing if a SIVA suit could get me through the underground portions of the Krug complex after pumping it full of gas. No dice. You take damage no matter what. Which is a little bit lame. But what I did like a lot about it is the fact that you can still get quest completion if you just kill them all yourself. Like, I had one save where I waited basically until the very end of the game and came back to the antenna complex and basically walked my ass down to the Bloodsucker nest carrying a fully loaded PKM Pechenegg and basically just stood in the hallway to the nest proper where all of them were sleeping, fired one warning shot in the air to get them to wake up, and I basically just dumped like 100 like 7.62 rounds down the hallway, and I didn't stop until nothing was moving anymore. And then I was like, wow, it actually gave me quest completion. I have expected this game to not give me the quest completion unless I like actually hook the gas up. Like, Call of Pripyat's really, really open-ended in a lot of ways that are like genuinely kind of like impressive for a game of that era. Now, obviously, the antenna complex looks fairly different. In Call of Pripyat, you're supposed to be able to open up this elevator door, and Grouse gestures you to jump in or whatever, and he goes, "Your feetsies still intact? Good." He opens up the elevator door by fucking with this wiring box over here. He goes, "Please, hold your applause." or the part where you get, like, into, like, another, like, underground area, and he picks a door lock that like leads directly to the nest proper. There's a corpse with an artifact on it I always remember to grab. But he's fucking like picking the lock on the door, and he just goes, "That's what I do. I've been picking locks all my life." I like Grouse. Grouse is a real one, and he really didn't have to die. I would even go as far as to say he really shouldn't have died. I think the day we lost Grouse was the day we lost one of the realest ones. And it had to be for fucking Tremor's sake, too, the piece of shit. Like, look, alright. Obviously, they go out of their way to depict Tremor as being a guy who's in a lot of pain. He's in a lot of pain, and he doesn't really like being a guy who has to literally live through vampirism because he doesn't have any other way to obtain, like, like, hemoglobin that he needs to, like, consume to survive. If I remember correctly, he even states that, like, half of his, like, original, like, source of it was, like, working at a hospital so he could get, like, dosages of it or whatever. And obviously, when he came to the zone, he was hoping that being a medic would get him enough of it, but he was wrong. Why a person would willingly come to the zone, when they have a comorbidity like that is a little bit confusing. I would imagine maybe the best bet is probably that he got caught drinking people's blood in the mainland and he had to flee to the zone because everyone knew he was a fucking human monster. Have a good night, Tiana. Thanks for hanging with us. So you're supposed to be able to go down there and Call of Pripyat. Here, unfortunately, we have no such luck. Now, my one big issue with being here in the Burnt Forest is there's no, like, settlement or anything that you can go to. Apparently, you can find one or build one if you follow a quest line, but I'm not aware of what that quest line is, and it's also likely DLC. So, there's that. So unfortunately, we're going to be moving back and forth a fair bit to drop shit off. Now, I don't know what this fucking thing does. Wow, that did absolutely fucking nothing. What was the purpose of that switch? Because, like, switches usually, like, mean something. Huh. There's a ladder here, but, like, doesn't open up the elevator because the elevator's blocked, but yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't really know what pulling that switch is supposed to do. The Krug complex is just kind of like a place now, I guess. Let me check this corner one more time. Yeah, Huh, I guess it ain't nothing. Are you sure, Duckman? Are you sure it wasn't nothing? All of y'all who were waiting for like a Too Much Sasha does a Duckman pull on stream, y'all can start partying today. Okay, those are hostels. So this one time I was actually down here and a bunch of like ward fuckheads came here while an emission was going on, and I basically sat in a side room hoping to God they didn't see me. So, my ass is exiting the premises immediately. Because one, I don't want to die, and two, I don't want to die. And it looks like they're currently occupied with something else. Which is good. But the problem then is that I don't really know where to go to bring my shit. I guess my best bet would just be to run my ass back to fucking, to there, because otherwise... If I was with the ward, I could make use of their base here. But it doesn't really bode terribly well. Oh, are you fucking serious, dude? Oh, this is bullshit. Can I not climb that? I'm gonna die. Jet says, are you winning? Well, I just got torn to shreds by a pack of hungry rats, so we're gonna say no. Good to see you, Jet. How are you doing tonight? I'm sipping on some Baja Blast. Okay, so I really don't want to tow it with the rats. Time to do the tried and true tactic of drinking all of this beer. Work got me fucked up. I'm walking 9K steps a day now. Ah, that'll do it, yeah. Okay, they're downstairs. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm running. I am running until I can't no more. Look, alright, I may be too much Sasha. I may just be the girl that wants to smoke. But sometimes even I don't want to smoke. Rats, I'm not really keen on having smoke with. Like, that's why I keep Chance close by, you know? Yeah, see, like, there's this whole military base here. There's also this locale. I don't think I've ever actually been to that location before. Unimpressive stash. Well, it's nighttime anyway, so I should probably be making my way back to Malachite. And I can come back in the morning to find more shit. Because the first thing I want to get done here in the Burnt Forest is I want to do the Fog Anomalous area. Because that's the last anomalous area I haven't cleared on stream yet. And it'll be fun to do. Because I really like that one. I think it's, like, it's definitely up there as one of the more effective horror... it's one of the more effective horror, like, anomalous areas. Like, right there with, like, the, what is it? The fucking, poppy field. The more horror slash, like, psychological ones are really, really cool. I like the fog one a lot. I think it's a great little cerebral segment. The way that Missy and I agreed that Art Deco is the way to go for some styling cues. Yep, I really like Art Deco too. I think it's a really beautiful little thing. I can't wait to see how the place looks when you guys are done putting your spin on it. Ocean! Good to see you tonight. Welcome to Stalker Tuesday. Stalker? You know it. It's a little bit fucking... Stalker with... Okay. I've been called Saucer a lot by Kate. Sapper is a new one. Sapper's a new one. How are you doing, good Ocean? I hope you're feeling right as rain. It's good to see you as always. I used the breakfast drawing as the schedule image for this week, which is nice. Dude, is that OSHA violation? That's crazy. I greatly appreciate that. Always happy whenever I get to see you in the chat. You and Saruka both. You're both a lovely pair of homies to see around. Breakfast making mate. That's me. I'd be turning my homies into breakfast. I actually, like, talked to, like, Saruka. I was like, do you want me and Nix to chill out on the whole cooking you jokes? If you want, we could chill them out, you know? I don't want to only be the girl that's cooking my homies. Okay, so that's where that one artifact, or that one anomaly is, which means this little town here is the one town center that happens to have... I got like, ran at by a couple of mercs lately. Not terribly fun. You gotta cook Missy? Well, yeah, because Missy's in the pot at the bar. We have to put her in the pot. Alright. I only have 900 fucking meters to go. Did I remember to bring anything? Oh, bollocks. You're sitting at 74%, so it was probably good for me to run back there anyway and repair some of my shit. It is important to cook querbs. You have to. Now, I wonder if the bartender has a quest for me. Because Nick said there's supposed to be a way you can set a settlement up in the Burnt Forest as part of, like, recent DLC. Unless she was thinking of the Red Forest. But that can't be, because the Red Forest already has Forester's Tower, where some fuck is living there now. Some fuck that isn't Forrester. Maybe Forrester, like, died of old age in the zone. I feel like that's a thing that can happen. I feel like it's not entirely unreasonable to assume that a person could die of old age in the zone. If there's somebody like Forrester who spends all day, like, hunting mutants and sitting up in a tower, and they don't deal with anybody... Like, hate to say it, but 9 times out of 10, most deaths in the zone are the result of people. So, like, if you just kind of, like, avoid people... Sure, you should be fine. It's a nice quiet evening here in the zone tonight. Yuga's standing tall amongst the starry sky. Not a fucking peep can be heard. Except for my phone going off, you can hear that. Now, what the fuck are you? Alright, we're halfway there. But I'll keep getting notice. Yes, you can outrun almost everything hostile in the zone. Yeah, see, like, some people can just live that long. I mean, like, fuck, I've been playing this game for, like, we're looking at this, and I started in early 2010. Early 2010. Yeah, it's, we're looking at about, I've been playing the series for just a little under 16 years now. So, yeah, if I've been playing it for 15 years, some people could live in the zone for 15 years, I'm sure. Wait. These aren't the ones that chase you, right? No, they're just cold chilling? Cool. Alright, what are you idiots doing here? Can I join in? These guys look like... Oh, you're regular stalkers. Oh, it's Snorks. Can I choose to not be a part of this? Holy shit. 15 years of zoning out. Oh, absolutely. Hey, careful where you're fucking shooting, dipshit. I call the pelts. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, you guys can handle that. I'm good. I will see you on the flip side. Let me know if the game's too loud, by the way. How's the game's volume in relation to my voice? Do I need to turn it down? But yes, I have been zoning out for 15 years. I first was aware of the games in early 2010, and I actually started playing them around mid-2010. I've been hooked on them since. I am very, very fond of them. Volume is fine. Sounds good. Yeah, I need to repair some of my shit. My vector is a little bit worse for wear. Maybe I'll use, like, the special variant of the vector, but I can't really bring myself to even put a laser on that thing. Alright, we're back to Malachite. Look, guys. It's Malachite OS. With Snorks, I usually wait for the winter and then loot everything. Yeah. Words to live by in the zone. I do like how much of the zone is, in a way, a sort of commentary on, like, what living in combat kind of does to a person. It's like, yeah, you could probably go home, but, like, why would you? You're not really going to be able to adjust to normal life again. You're just not. I even have a part in the story I'm writing of, you know, like, the character of Sascha when she, you know, spends those 2 weeks in New York City with her handler. And it's like, after living in the zone for this long, can you even feasibly go back? Can you ever, like, go back to, like, being normal again? Is that a thing a human being can even do? You'd probably just end up, like, heading into the zone again. Hey, what's up, Seminich? I have money and you need money. I think we can make an arrangement here. Thank you for your services. Go fuck yourself. You really named yourself Pythagoras, huh? Like that, you thought that was a win. I need to go talk to, Ozerski. Hey, what's up, Abyss? How you doing tonight? Right, where is this guy? I really like that this game just lets me crash through doors. I think it's fantastic. Surviving, that's fair. Always good to see you, homie. Oh, here we go. He's up here. Several references like this. Yep. In fact, that exact little screenshot or that line, which you can find in graffiti on a recreation of Shadow of Chernobyl's main menu, I use that as my stream thumbnail for Stalker Tuesday streams. I fucking love it. Or no, not that one, but there's the one that's like, the zone never lets go, which I love. How you doing, Ozerski? It's been a good long while since I last saw you a couple of weeks ago on stream. Been even longer since I last saw you in Call of Pripyat. Real sorry to hear about your homie, Professor Herman. He was a real fucking scumbag. I always liked you better anyway. So you can't get quests from Ozerski.
What?
You have any, like, work for me? Peak nostalgia. I couldn't believe they did it. I genuinely couldn't. Like, it was kind of like a shocker. I was like, holy shit. Like, that's impressive. That's genuinely impressive. Alright. So, I may have to ditch this rifle because she's seen better days. Also, I have 2 M700s in my inventory. I should do something about that. I'm going through ammo a little bit too quickly. I confused Ozerski with Oleski. No, Ozerski. Right, I have to dump some of this. I should probably stop even bothering, like, bringing vodka with me. I don't really use vodka for, like, anti-rad purposes. I don't really see a need for it. So I'll probably drop my vodka and probably just, like, use anti-rads in this slot, and that last slot I'll use for, like, a medicine, like a medication of some form. Maybe? I just want to know when I'm finally going to get rid of these fucking emitters. I like how it just says it transmits the signal. You know, the signal. Okay, so now we also need more handgun ammo. Perfect. Down, put down, put down, put down, put all these grenades down. Put half of these bandages down. And put down, like, most of these energy drinks. Looted 100 vodkas and put in the stash for testing and never picked it again. That's fair. Alright, that's a little bit better. I really should upgrade the durability on this suit if I can. I think that's, like, one thing I always insist on upgrading is just maintain your weapon so it can maintain you type shit. Can we maybe do that? Can we maybe increase, like, the durability of you? NVG aiming. No. Huh. Wow. You can make this... You can make this fucking thing full auto? Well, I mean, I do think there are most likely... I think there are extended mags you can get on this thing. I say again, why would you ever make a Mark 14 full auto? Unless you're just like, wait, it's only 1,800 bucks? Are you fucking blowing me? That's like kind of a steal, but like I think I'm gonna dump my my Mark 14 for now. I'm gonna replace it with something a little bit lighter. Never mind, the M700 is in fact heavier. I put these attachments on, it is... Okay, wait, hold on a second. Wait. Yeah, they're about the same weight with a scope on them. The M14 came full auto from the factory. Shows how much I know about guns. I think I may need to retool my armaments a bit, because it's getting rather expensive to continually shoot, it's getting rather expensive to continually shoot 7.62, or rather 308. So I'm gonna see if maybe I can equip myself with something a little bit better suited for long range. I'm thinking we'll just use this vector. Because it's the same vector, but a little bit easier to manage, since it has an integrated silencer that increases its effective range. It just kind of works. Since 1.5, keeping the gear in good condition is a bit easier. Yeah. Yeah. Cheers, homie, I'll drink to that. Alright. So if I'm going to be walking around with just a single vector, I should probably give myself at least something to deal with, like, either longer range or, like, heavier enemies. God damn it. The endless struggle of being a stalker and just trying your best to, like, keep yourself well equipped. I have a revolver, but I'm not terribly interested in, like, getting it all set up. Well. It works, I guess. I don't know why it keeps taking the extended mag out of my vector every single time. That's curious. Fuck it. Might as well use a gun that uses the same ammo as my primary. It's just kind of being smart about it. Oh, it's a sniper rifle suppressor. Alright, what time is it? It's 3 a.m. Alright. Get some rest, head back to the forest. Got a long day ahead of us. That is good Baja Blast. I had regular Mountain Dew for like the first time in like a good decade or more last week. Can't say it's really anything to write home about. I mean, I'm not exactly ride or die for the Mountain Dew fandom. The Rhino uses VSS and Val ammo. Yeah, I know that. So some players use that combination. That's an interesting combination, but I'm also not really looking to shell out the money for, like, repairing the fucking thing right now, too, is the other problem. I do have that one, that Groza that uses 545. That was a good find. I might whip that out. Because I've been really enjoying using the Dnipro. The fucking, the Malyuk. It's a really nice rifle. Because, you're not gonna see me getting, you're not gonna see me putting any Israeli trash in my fucking hands. Nuh-uh. I don't care if the Caramel's supposedly, like, the best 5.56 rifle in the game, I'm not touching it. Same as you'll never see me carrying a fucking Deagle or a Galil. Or a Tabor 21. Maybe the Fort 221 because at least it's made by Ukrainians, but no IMI here. We don't do that. Fuck them. I like how the game reminds me when I'm getting low on stamina to drink an energy drink. Now I'm good. You added a you added an entire system specifically to... No. There's a unique AK that's in super low that is super low maintenance, but not the best in other stats. Interesting. If I haven't already found it, I might find it at some point. The Deagle hurts me because it was designed in Minnesota, and so were the original examples. Aw, that's whack. They took your shit. Hold up. Oh, okay. He's like right there. Oh, that's a bloodsucker, bro. Shit. Okay, hold up. Right. Right, that's a bloodsucker, not... Okay, that's, why am I doing this? That's multiple, too, by the way. Did you know that's multiple bloodsuckers? Oh, wait! Oh! I simply choose not to. I'm good. Why does the anomaly not zap it? Oh! Right as I said that, too. Oh, alright. He did the thing where he hits you twice. I was kind of impressed. I was kind of impressed. The Zionists decided to steal Magnum research from me. Yeah. Well, the Zionists steal a lot of things, especially Palestinian land. Ooh, got him. Once you had 6 bloodsuckers on you? I believe it. I mean, back in, like, Call of Pripyat, that was actually kind of manageable. If you had, like, the Spas 12, or, like, any other shoddy with, like, a decent amount of, like, you know, like, a decent fire rate with, like, enough ammo, probably had, like, some Vinca and the right artifacts, you could take, like, 6 bloodsuckers, but, unfortunately, we are not so lucky here. Also, I forgot to save after doing all that, so hold on a minute. I'll make this quick. So ideally, I'm just going to try not to piss off a bunch of bloodsuckers on the way to my objective. I feel like that is the smart thing to do. Have you completed that quest in COP? Sure did. I've 100%ed COP a decent couple of times. But I funnily enough like didn't actually know about the UAV like drone that you can find that has like one of like Strelix's like logs and shit in it until like 2020 or like 2021 when my friend Reno showed me. I played the entire series and beaten all 3 of the original games multiple times over. And basically found almost everything there is to find in them. Though Call of Pripyat for some reason continues to like keep the gas. It's like it's almost like it's like it's part of like the Tremor quest line, but like I almost kind of consider it it's pretty close to the main story quest considering it's like kind of necessary to get a lot of shit done. Before you came in, I was talking about how I went down there like late game. Because I usually always get that quest out of the way pretty early. But on one save, I came back late game with like a fucking, the PKM. Just to like mow everything down with it and was kind of surprised it still gives you the quest completion. So I've decided I'm not going to sleep. I'm just going to run there. And hope to God that it becomes daytime by the time I get there. Angel said maybe there's an ancient Desert Eagle and 44 Magnum and Angel's safe with the Magnum Research Minneapolis MN markings. That would be cool. That would actually be really cool. Be like, hey, I had the original Deagle before those fuckheads stole it. Honestly, that's insane, but respect. I've killed bloodsuckers with knives before, especially in this game, actually. I completed one. I killed one with a knife on, like, launch day. It actually felt it was like that one where you're fighting the bloodsucker with, like, the fucking, like, collar on it that, like, the scientists put on him or whatever. Hey, wait, speaking of scientists, can I, like, hand over those fucking mutant collars I still have in my inventory? Can I give those to somebody? Because I'm, like... I've been walking around with these things for a long-ass time, and I'm not really keen on still having them. What time is it in-game? It's about 3 a.m. Okay. What is the main quest? You know, like the MSQ in Call of Pripyat, I usually kind of, like, just... You know, like the whole like thing where you gotta, you know, like everything that like directly progresses the story. So like first the helicopters, then like the evac points or whatever, and then actually getting to Pripyat and all that stuff. Like I consider like the MSQ of Call of Pripyat to be like any of the quest markers that were in yellow. Okay, so this time I'm a little bit better prepared. Yep, that's 2. Okay, that's bullshit. Okay, wait, I know what to do. 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 I'm gonna get a little bit crafty here, because I cannot hope to best these guys. I cannot hope to best these guys, but I'll know what I can do. No, I'm really not trying to do this, man. Give me a sec. All right. Oh, shit. Wait. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it if I just time it right. If I just time it right. See you later. Oh. Wait, no! Oh. That was kind of fucked up, actually. Alright, now I can wait out the bloodsucker fight in peace. Look at me, and tell me I'm not a fucking genius for that. I can't believe it, it just dumps you out of the fucking sky. So I want to know. Oh, bad news. They killed everybody. They killed every last motherfucker. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him. Okay, I think there's another teleport anomaly over there I can use, but otherwise I'm kind of stuck here on top of a building with a shit ton of bloodsuckers. So I actually just kind of made everything worse. Because I'm still surrounded by bloodsuckers, and now there's no human people to help me, and also everybody is dead, and I can't get down. So, you're asking what the main story quest in Stalker 2 is. So, what is the current... Oh, the current main quest. You're asking what I'm currently doing. I'm up to the part where I have to, like, go talk to Scar, and he's gonna basically, like, get me all ready to, like, start attacking Duga or whatever. Or, no, he's gonna, like, give me that one, like, fucking, like, emitter, and he's gonna have me, like, attack some, like, Ward and Circa-related institutes. But I'm kind of doing my own thing right now, just because I want to explore the fucking burnt forest. Alright, I guess we gotta do this the old-fashioned way. Bitch. Yeah, who sucks now? You know what? You know what? Normally, me dropping a one-liner like that usually leads to me getting my shit pushed in, but I'm actually kind of happy that it worked out, and I managed to get them both like that. That felt kind of baller. I think that one-liner could have used some work, though. I think who sucks now isn't particularly impressive, but, you know, fuck it, we ball. Alright, there's a stash in here on the second floor. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Alright. Oh! He's dead. Let's get a real good look at you. Oh, he has friends. Oh, he's on the other side of that fence, huh? Dude, I fucking had it with these guys. Oh, that's like a bandit. It's like a... Oh. Yeah, how do you feel now? Oh. I'm out of here. This place sucks and is not worth it. I am out here trying to live my best life as a stalker, and I am getting absolute shit for it. Let me find this fucking stash and leave. Huh! When the fuck did you learn how to open doors? Fuck me. Alright, apparently the guys that are so animalistic, all they can do is just run around on their hands and knees, know how to open doors. Honestly, stranger things have happened in the zone. And will happen in the zone. Okay. Second floor, how do I get up there? Oh, that's true, they can. This is a really fucking ominous color for the sky to be. Okay. We got second floor windows. We got points of entry if I am smart. Think. If I want to get onto the second floor, I'm going to have to use that anomaly again. So, fuck it. Ouch. Alright, let's do this again. What? Okay, the amount of mercs is a little bit ridiculous. Did I, like, piss off the mercs or something? Because I know whenever there's, like, a quest line where they're enemies, I usually don't really hesitate to shoot them because, like, they're just kind of shitheads. Okay. And 30 to 50 feral hogs killed him. Alright, so. Ah! Fucker. But I found it, though. I found it, so if I just jump off the side there, I can land right on that awning, and walking across that awning onto that sign allows me to go into the window. That's my point of entrance. Ingress, I think is the term? Let me know if ingress is not, in fact, a term, and I am full of shit. Okay. Perfect. I mean, perfect. Here we go. Alright, let's see what you got. That's the panic button! That's the second time I've accidentally done that. Angel, are we in emote-only chat? That's really unfortunate. That's the second time on a Stalker 2 stream that I've accidentally hit the panic button, without meaning to. Terribly sorry. My understanding is that if the player stays in the same area for some time, the spawn is increased, but if the player is running all the time, the zone is almost always empty. Almost empty. Interesting. It sounds like A-Life to me. You're fine? Okay, yeah, I turned it off, but we are in an ad break, though, so, sorry about that. Yeah, whoops, that's the second time on a Stalker stream that I've accidentally hit the panic button. Well, good thing I don't have it set to be, like... Some of my friends have panic buttons that, like, ping the mod team. I don't think that would be a good idea. So I'm happy I went a route where that's not how it is. But, whew. Whew. That was pretty bad. Shameful display, really. Hey, what's this? Oh. There's a locale over here. I should check it out. Ah. Well, I just heard a bloodsucker, so that doesn't bode well. Oh, I'm one of them. That's what the panic button. That's what the panic button does. It's sub only and emotes only. It also puts us in an ad break, brings us to BRB state, runs a little message on the side. Bro has no clue what to do with himself now. Yeah, what are you gonna do about it, huh? Oh, he's still alive. Alright, step up. Wow! Rude. Whoa. Bloodsuckers could be the most cowardly things in the zone. Even more so than duty, which is saying something. I will just stand here and keep doing this until you give up. I can do this all day. Yeah, how you like that? How you like these made nuts, bitch? Anyway. Is there another one? You're fucking kidding me. Huh. Storage on the hill, it's simply called. Ominous. Lieutenant Makarov, he was carrying an SVD. Well, if it comes down to me and another bloodsucker and I'm just trying to fucking save the ammo and durability on my Vector, I guess I'll have to make do. Hey, what were you guys? Oh! Oh, you guys are dutiers. Oh. Oh, that could be a problem. You're sitting at 44%. You're at 49. Huh. Curious. What are we looking at? It's locked. I have a feeling this is a place that a story quest will take me. That's like, I've said it before last stream, but that's like my one issue with Stalker 2. Is I wish it was a little bit easier which places are places that, like, you're supposed to come to like in the storyline, and that's when they open up, or places that you can like actually open up of like your own gumption if you like explore and are like crafty with the puzzles. Because sometimes it's genuinely kind of difficult if I'm just dealing with like a really tough environmental puzzle that requires me to like think on my feet, or if I'm overthinking it and there's actually like I'm just supposed to come back here later in the story kind of thing. Now, this is curious. What the fuck are you? Huh. Huh. Can't see any other place that this tunnel comes out, so I heard my own footsteps and thought it was a bloodsucker. That's embarrassing. We got one of those ventilation things. I really like, just, again, I said it last stream, but I still really like the fact that these, like, little, like, ventilation columns are here. Oh, wait? Nope, not enterable. It's also filled up. But it's a nice little touch. It just makes these places feel believable, like they were a place that, like, real people designed and built. Because they have all the hallmarks that would imply that. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Give me a second here. We got a stash icon with a bunch of fucking, Oh. Oh! Oh, that's so cool! Oh, that's so fucking cool! Wait a minute! Wait! Oh, oh, baby! Oh, shit, dude. What? Now, hold on a second. The trophy. An ordinary stalker acquired this special assault rifle in a battle with a certain veteran mercenary. Seems all that experience couldn't spare the merc from an early grave. Whoa! Okay. Okay, so we were just talking about, like, environmental puzzles and all that, and I was like, okay, game, I see what you're putting down. You got the, like, the little, like, you know, like, white, the little white triangle, like, stash icon that usually means there's, like, stash or loot somewhere. You give me a fuck ton of grenades and there's a hole in this. I know what to do. But I was like, what's actually gonna happen if I do that? And then, like, seeing the explosions ripple through the pipeline to get over there. God, that was cool. That was so fucking cool. Fuck, that was nice. The black square means quest locked. Okay. Okay, so if it's a black square, that means it's quest locked, but any other means that you can come back and open it some other way. Alright, so there is a way to differentiate. God, this is a cool gun. So it's an AS Val. It's an AS Val with a certain veteran mercenary. So okay, veteran mercenary could be describing like a fuck ton of different dudes. Like, who are we talking about here? Bless you, thank you. These are the old army warehouses, they're freedom territory. Wait, you know what, I've been here before. I refuse to believe that there won't be anything at least mildly interesting in freedom territory. Like their old base. Because I know all of them live out of the bar now, but... there's no fucking way that this base doesn't have... is that a fucking bloodsucker? Dude, how many goddamn bloodsuckers are in the zone? That was Scar that had the Yezval. Scar had a VSS Venturez. So it couldn't have been Scar. Locked. Needs a key. Yeah, I'll bet there's some good shit in there. Oh, this is where you find, Jeff in Shadow of Chernobyl. Well, time to test this thing out. Oh, he's just stanced up like that. Come on. It's 2 again, by the way. I know what to do. Oh, 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 oh. Jesus H. Okay, I'm gonna keep it 100. I think allowing the game to sick more than one bloodsucker on you when bloodsuckers take this much fucking ammo. Like, dog, there's a bloodsucker village down the road. Y'all should be living there. This is not where you should be. Ah, fuck me. The description says the merc died. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe either like Skull or Black or Wolfhound. No, maybe no, because there's already a weapon from Wolfhound, right? So it would probably be one of the guys from Call of Pripyat or Shadow of Chernobyl. I don't think it's Wolfhound, so like, who would it be? This is that whole like little like back basin area of the Freedom base. I never bothered to like go to like 90% of the area. Now I'll tell you what I do want to check, right? Because in the original Shadow of Chernobyl, there's a way you could platform from a rooftop onto a from one of these guard towers onto a rooftop, and on that rooftop, oh shit. On that rooftop, you can, go into a building's attic, like the attic of a barracks, break a box, and you can get a VSS Venturez. It's this exact guard tower, actually. If you land on this thing and then go through a crack in the wall, or like a crack in the thing. Nope, never mind. Can't climb it. Okay. This, I think I would have to come back here with more armaments to even remotely survive this. I think of the term not even remotely survivable, and I feel like this needs to be in the dictionary next to that phrase. This is way too many mutants for one lady to deal with. I should be at the club right now. Ouch. The dev's new veteran players will check certain places. Oh, yeah. That's 3 of them, by the way. That is 3 of them. That is 3 whole-ass bloodsuckers. Also, it looks like a merc squad came after me and they ran into these bloodsuckers. So you know what? You reap what you sow, dipshit. Oh. Hey, guys. Can you deal with those dudes for me pretty... Ah! Okay. So note to self, come back here later. Come back here later. That much is clear. Yeah, they kind of ripped my asshole apart, huh? I'm not going here anymore. Fuck that. Leave a little note that says, cool stuff, but also bad shit. Yeah, I'm gone. I am leaving. I am running. I'm good. I no longer have a desire to be in Freedom Space. Not that I ever really did. I'm not really particularly fond of the smell of ganja, personally. It's just not my thing. I did get this dope-ass AS Val, though, so you know what? Sometimes you get to win. Oh! Oh, not these fucking things. I didn't even need to do that. Why did I do that? Alright, crack open a cold one, Skiff. Let's go. We gotta move. Fuck it. Okay, we're now in the burnt forest again, which means... shit's gonna get a little bit weird. Shit's gonna get a little bit weird, but it's also going to be interesting. We got a truck full of ammo and medical supplies. Wait a minute, that's... Huh, been here before, I've never seen that. What the fuck are you? It's a rock being held up by... So wait a second, if I... Okay, interesting. There doesn't even seem to be anything in this hole. Some say Skinflint smoked so hard his cloud is still here. Skinflint, when they say like you smoke too tough, you're bitch too bad, they're talking about Skinflint. Yeah, there's nothing in the hole. Huh. Well, I've lauded on stream before that I really like that there are anomalies in Stalker 2 that don't actually, like... Some of them have a backstory and some of them don't. This one is very transparently just a thing meant to kind of make you, like, question. And I like that a lot. Like, you'd think the gravitational bubble would cause the thing to collapse as soon as it, like, disappears, but, like... It's just this weird little hole in the ground. I like that a lot. It's hard to add anything to this game that I don't like, personally. So I've already been to this summer camp. I think. Because I went into the camp, there was a gun that I found in the fucking, like, slanted roof thingy. Because I fought a pseudo-cat in there. There was the actual camp buildings. Did you ever play OGSR? I actually played OGSE once on stream, and it was completely fucking bonkers. It was cool. It was cool, but it was also bonkers. Dude. Why didn't we get, like, dope-ass fucking, like, canoe swing sets in the West? Like, dude, Soviet playgrounds are shit fucking cool. Like, why can't we have that? Like, we get, like, regular-ass, like, wax swings, but we don't get, like, the really cool, like, boat swings. Dude, no wonder everybody in America wanted beef with the Soviets. They just were too dope. The Darkscape is a whole cabin and a floating rock puzzle thing. Alright, that's actually really cool. Is that a radio? Huh? Wait a minute. This wasn't here before. This wasn't here before. No, like, legitimately, the last time I played this game... Oh, fuck off the edge of my dick. A lot of steel and not safe. Oh, I'm sure it's not safe, but, like... Oh, fuck. Fuck, dude, there's a fucking settlement here and I can't even get in. Okay, but there's a key I need. The back door is locked with a black box, but I feel like if I explore the surrounding area enough, I'll probably find something. Also, hi, Teonan, good to see you. Aha! Okay, we're in exploring mode. There's a yellow key icon that means I can probably find the key somewhere around here in the summer camp. This is the kind of place Jason Voorhees was killing motherfuckers. Ugh. I love that there's, like, trash in Stalker 2, where you can just kick it around and just, like, make noise. And sometimes even prop kill yourself. We had a lot of unsafe shit in the USA in the 80s, too. I would argue the most unsafe shit. But like 10 different variations of OGSE, including a weird hybrid of OGSC with OGSR. Really, the fact that Stalker has this many engine ports and overhauls and mods like that, like, completely changes its experience. Like, I don't think there's ever going to be another game that is quite like this one. Is that corn? Alright, well, whatever it wasn't in there. Let's try you. Always with these buildings. I guess I didn't check the second floor of that one, too. Developer photo. But if there is a key in this, like, vicinity, I've got to find it, you know? I ain't no quitter. I ain't no bitch. Alright, second floor time. Let's go. What do you have for... Bitch. Okay. More exploration is required. Hope someone redoes the translation in OGSR. Yeah, you know what? I haven't even played OGSR, but I would believe it. I would believe it. Generally speaking, Stalker's translations... I think the thing that makes Stalker so cool to me, and it's why... Fuck! Okay, at least I was quick enough. I think part of what kind of makes Stalker interesting to me is the fact that, like... It's kind of impossible to fully, like, bring everything in the game's, like, original, like, concept and everything over in a translation. Because as I learned from a lot of Warlocracy's videos about Stalker, much of Stalker is, like, very much, like, about its cultural, like, period and where it was from and when it was from. And thusly, I think everything was, like, a Russian-English Google oh, Christ. Because, like, a lot of what goes on in Stalker, and, like, some of its, like, best little behind-the-scenes things, even the... No, yeah, the translation of the vanilla OGs is not great, which is why whenever people come up to me and say, Sasha, how do I get into Stalker? Because I've been playing and streaming the series for long enough that I get a decent amount of people coming to me and being like, hey, Sasha, I'm looking to start playing Stalker. Where do I start? How do I start? I always say, play Shadow of Chernobyl, and play Shadow of Chernobyl with Project, what is it, the Zone Reclamation Project, where it's a patch that tweaks the translation, it's a patch that fixes some bugs, it's a patch that, like, you know, like, manages to just slightly, like, tweak it up enough so it basically just kind of feels like how the game was supposed to be on launch. That is all you need. You don't need flashy mods. You don't need Stalker Complete. You don't need Misery. You don't need Anomaly. Just go play the original Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl with PRZ, and then see how you feel about things from there. That's all you gotta do. Because it's happened to me sometimes where it'll be like, oh, Sascha, how do I get into Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl? Well, yeah, but, like, I really just want to start with play Shadow of Chernobyl. But, like, even Call of Pripyat, play Shadow of Chernobyl first. But, well, what if I kind of want to play Anomaly? Play Shadow of Chernobyl first. Just play the first game. It's really not that long. It's great. And it is important to play to understand the foundation of the series' mechanics and world. If I'm ever talking to a person and they ask me how to get into Stalker, and they are in any way, like, not receptive when I tell them to just start with Shadow of Chernobyl, then I'm like, then go play the series however you want at that point. But you should probably start with the first game in the series. But yeah, like, half of the fun of the original series to me is that, like, a lot of what goes on in it is, like, in-jokes that are very much based around the culture and language of where they were made. Which is why you have that whole thing where mercenaries and militaristic factions tend to speak phonetic Russian, while more, like, free and easy factions speak Ukrainian. And then, of course, you've got the bandits speaking like an actual type of criminal dialect with a lot of double entendres. A lot of really, really interesting things. Honestly, you might clown on me for this. You might clown on me for this, FTOR, but I actually really like the fact that the monolith, calls are not translated. I actually kind of really like that. There's something about it that, like, makes, like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, you know, like, a lot of the stuff in Shadow of Chernobyl's original thing with, like, a lot of the voice acting isn't translated. But, like, honestly, a big part of what makes it... Yeah, the first one does have impeccable vibes, and not for nothing, but a big part of it, to me, is the fact that a lot of the voice lines aren't translated. The campfire chatter isn't translated. Combat barks aren't translated. Like, the only parts of it you really need to understand, the actual, like, you know, like, dialogue boxes and story parts, are translated. But generally speaking, it doesn't feel like you're playing like a version of Ukraine that is just, like, filtered through like an English mind. You're playing just an actual Ukrainian fucking game. And I really like the fact that, like, the campfire chatter isn't translated. I like that combat barks aren't translated. It just kind of helps you really get into it. Like, I'll tell you this, right? You play Elder Scrolls. You play Elder Scrolls, and you listen to, like, all of the, like idle chatter from NPCs. It doesn't sound real. Fucking... I hear this person went up to the barrow to find this thing. It's like, just, there's something about the way NPCs talk in, like, an Elder Scrolls game. Even when it's, like, the Radiant AI or whatever, where they walk up to each other and say, hello, how are you doing? I've been better. How are you? I've been better. It's like, even when it's unscripted, it sounds so fucking wooden. But there's something about the fact that, like, when you play Shadow of Chernobyl and you go up to, like, a campfire, and a bunch of dudes are just sitting at the campfire yapping about whatever the fuck, and it's like, there's not like a, hey, did you hear about this and this, this, and this? It's like, the fact that it's not translated actually really helps the vibe. You don't need to know it. Like, it just feels really good. It feels really good to just hear all the characters be talking in, like, a language you don't understand, but you don't need to know what they're saying to know what they're probably talking about, you know? When the guy, like, tells a joke and he starts laughing, and it's like, yeah, he's telling a joke. It's like, I appreciate that they trust you to, like, probably have at least a little bit of baseline knowledge and understand what's being discussed there. It's cool. Okay, so now we've hit a brick wall because the only way to get into this building is with a key, which I don't have. So... Because there was a key that I used to open up some of those doors, but this building appears to be mostly inaccessible. Because the only way to get in would be through the first floor, but the only ways to get in through the first floor are these. I can't do that because the thing is locked, and that building over there is locked. At the court and campfire, asking the homies the most diabolical would-you-rather questions imaginable. The nonsensical decision on the COP dub to give everyone the worst NYC Italian accents ever. See, I don't even know if you can describe them as that. Yeah, no, you're 100% right, Thor. Like, the fact that, one, they have their own voice lines, two, they have their own, like, dialects in speech. Like, you could tell the difference from, a mercenary who talks like this, or whatever, to a monolithian who speaks like this. Like, the fact that all of the, like, different factions have not only different combat barks, but different voices and different inflections and dialects goes so far into making them feel like a believable, like believable factions with believable people. Yes. Alright, I guess I'll go through the gas. Ah, I guess I'll get electrocuted in the gas. I mean, in the gas. I forgot to do something. There we go. Oh yeah, I guess there is that one time that, like, Deg Tiarev tells a character, forget about it. That's kind of weird and disjointing, still. I don't really know what was up with that, but whatever. You could put me down as saying this on record. I am sick of the gas. So that's not where I want to go. In here. Where there is nothing. Just more gas. Well, that was fucking fruitless. Still didn't help me get to where I needed to go. I don't know why reading that kind of made me snicker a little bit. I think something's gravely wrong with me. Okay. So I need a key. I've explored just about those other 3 buildings. I can't enter this building because it's locked. And you need to lock it you need to unlock it from the inside. But the only other way inside happens to be this door that is locked for story reasons. Which is peculiar. And of course there's this locale here. You saw the destination room, but then decided to exit for some reason. Well, I've been there before is a thing, and I already looted the thing that was in there. God damn it, Kelly. I should probably go check it again, because every time I'm certain I've done something, I find myself realizing hey, wait a minute, who the fuck are you? I'll tell you what I need. I need to stop feeling like I'm going insane here.
Побачимось.
Yeah, because that door is locked, so you need a key. And going in there would lead you to this window, and this window allows you to go in there. And from there you can go to all the other locations. Yes, but where the fuck would the key be? Because I've looted all these, and there's no more stashes in the area. Faction identification is not terribly succinct in Stalker 2. Also, the fact that even looting an NPC's body doesn't tell you what faction they're in, which is a little bit unintuitive, I gotta say. This is like, how am I supposed to know what faction you were, dog? You're dead. Do you want to tip about the key? You know what? Fuck it, I'll bite. Hit me. There is no key. Well, right, because not for that building, because you'd have to unlock it from the inside. Wait, you'd have to unlock it from the inside. Wait, what do you mean there is no key? Doesn't that icon indicate that there's a key needed to enter? That's how that works, no? Okay. So if there's no key, then I need to find alternate means of ingress. Nothing really seems to be doing it. But I'm also crafty, so... Hey, wait. I aimed this just right? Come on, I can do it. I can do it. I can cheese this. I can cheese this. Watch. I have spent so long in various different games cheesing an entrance. I can do this. No. Okay. I'm starting to think maybe that's not a thing I can feasibly do. But then... Are we talking about this building or the first building in the south portion of this location? It would be this location here. So this one right here. This building in the south location, obviously the only way to get in would be to, like, have whatever quest tells me to go there. So, like, that I know is kind of off the table, generally. But with this one, I'm a little bit more stumped. Because if the only way to unlock it is from the inside, then you would have to find some other means of egress, right? But then, like... A fucking ladder is out, too. Son of a bitch. Because I don't know what quest allows me to go to that building down there, the one that has, like, an actual, like, hub in it. Yeah, not doing that. Past a certain point, probably better to just keep rolling. Haven't completed the 1.8 quest yet. Oh, there's also this, just this pool. There's just a pool. Curious little pool. Well, time for me to be on my way. There's more to see. Oh, it's one of those fucking time slowy thingies. So up there is that one locale. I want to see if maybe I can find some good artifacts out here too. Can I make this jump? I think I can make this jump. Let me see if I can't make this jump, shall we? Huh? Bad news, chat. She could not make the jump. Oh, that's alright. That's okay. Hashtag we fumble those. I'll tell you what. I gotta rock a piss. We're at halftime. I'm gonna get up, stretch my legs, come back. We're gonna see more. I will see you in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. That's the wrong button. Ah, thank you for the tea time, Contestus. I'm back. I'm making up some more tea. For those who haven't been here before. Trying to make a habit of making up a nice cup of tea every stream. On tonight's menu, we have a canister of tea I've been steadily going through since me and Nix both went to my old hometown back in mid-November to get some meds and a few other things. From Republic of Tea. I really like the Republic of Tea. They're a nice little brand. I like their little, their little canisters with nice little designs on them. This one is a particularly beautiful design that reminds me a lot of what's the word? Like indigenous Slavic art and everything. It's called Stress Less Winter Mint. This particular one has caffeine-free organic peppermint, lemon balm, ashwagandha, and natural flavors. It is a really nice tea to have when I'm winding down for bed, when I'm trying to calm myself down, maybe working on some writing, or whenever I need to give my throat a little bit of some rest. Republic of Tea has a lot of really nice flavors that just are, like, for example, I really like their Irish breakfast. I gave it to Nix as a parting gift before she left last year in March. I'm also a very big fan of their golden pumpkin blend they sell during the autumn because it has some turmeric in it, which is very nice for whenever I'm dealing with headaches, muscle pain, throat pain, you name it. It turns out to be a very good soother. I also really like their apple cider tea they have in autumn. Generally speaking, I think the only issue I really have with Republic of Tea is that 90% of their dessert flavored teas, so like for example, chocolate mint, gingerbread, a lot of their like dessert flavored ones tend to use like red tea, like rooibos as a base. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not terribly fond of red tea, and it just kind of makes all of their dessert flavored teas just kind of taste rather homogenous, which is disappointing because teas that are flavored like chocolate mint or like peppermint, or well, like obviously there already is peppermint, but like teas that are flavored like chocolate mint or like pumpkin pie, or maybe even, you know, again, the gingerbread one that I really like from them still has that kind of consistent problem where it's like it's still just red tea, but you flavored it a bit like something else. So no matter what I like, which flavors I get from them that happen to be the more like limited edition dessert flavors. I used to collect the canisters, by the way. I had like fucking like 20 of these sitting in a drawer once. But the problem is that no matter which ones you drink, they just still just kind of taste like red tea with a little bit of what they're supposed to be flavored by. So it's like, alright. So you get 80% rooibos and a little bit of chocolate mint, 80% rooibos and a little bit of gingerbread. Kind of disappointing. It's kind of like Pringles, I would almost say, where like there's a lot of really good flavors for Pringles, but the problem is you're still just eating Pringles that like mostly taste like Pringles. Like, don't get me wrong, I've had Pringles flavors I loved. I've had Pringles flavors I loved, and every single time I just have one and I'm like, it just tastes like I'm having a Pringle that was slightly flavored like a thing. Like, the Pringle flavor is like 90% of why you eat Pringles. Used to have a collection of those little ceramic figurines in the boxes of Red Rose tea. Now, speaking of dessert teas, right? Because I'm gonna bring us back to the bar for this as soon as I just get up and put the honey in this. So give me a moment. I will continue this thought in just a second. Fuck. This cough don't go away. I'm gonna have to step in here. So, hi everybody, I'm back. If anybody happened to join me during the BRB break, I'm Too Much Sascha, the Chernobyl Battle Maid. I cook, I clean, I kill, And I'm also under the thumb of the UN, and when I'm not doing any of those things, I am on stream playing spooky shooty games, like how I'm playing Stalker tonight, as I do every Tuesday. It's wonderful to see you. So, continuing the discussion of tea. I personally am a very, very big fan of teas that are flavored like desserts. I think they're really cute. I think they're cozy tasting. I like them a lot. Red Rose had, I think, like a strawberry shortcake and like blueberry muffin, like couple of flavors that I actually really, really liked a lot. The Red Rose blueberry muffin was good. I even found like some, like there was like one tea that was like cinnamon roll flavored or something. Like any tea at all. Like if you make a tea and you have like a flavor like package lineup that is like just made to taste like some kind of dessert, like a key lime pie or like streusel cake or something, I'm gonna drink it because I like tea and I like teas that taste like something really happy and tasty and warm. So here's the thing. When it comes down to it, I think the dessert tea that I liked the most was from Tazo. I think it was either that or Stash. No, it wasn't Stash. I like Stash a lot. I also like Tazo. There's just a lot of tea brands to get into. Obviously, I didn't really discover Republic of Tea until like I started working at a coffee shop that mostly like stocked it. Chinese green tea is really, really good. I'm a big fan of it. And I like that a lot. I also like their chamomile and their peppermint, all fantastic teas. The Stressless Winter Mint is turning out to be a personal favorite. But I also really like Tazo because they had a lemon cake loaf, like a lemon butter loaf kind of like tea. And honestly, that with like just a little bit of honey, because like the problem I had with Red Rose's like dessert teas is they were all pre-sweetened, and you could tell it was like they probably used something like stevia in it. So like it just wasn't really for me. I didn't really like the fact that it was pre-sweetened, and it just kind of didn't taste right to me. It had that kind of like drinking a diet soda kind of sweetness that just feels kind of like sickening and hollow to me. So I wanted to like the Red Rose ones, but I preferred Tazo's lemon cake flavor because it wasn't sweetened and it had this perfect lofty kind of like lemon flavor that wasn't as strong as like your typical zinger or my general favorite type of tea, which usually tends to be the Twinings lemon ginger. Lemon ginger I tend to drink a lot because it's good for my throat, it's good for my system and everything. It just feels right. I tend to drink a lot of lemon ginger tea whenever I'm doing vocals. But I preferred the Tazo lemon cake one just because like it has like this perfect little kind of like light, not super sharp lemon flavor that with just the right amount of honey is absolutely to die for. Have you tried Tivana Maharaja Oolong Samurai Mate Mix? I cannot say I actually know what any of these are. Amaryllis says that she used to work at Tivana. Explain what Tivana is. Pretty please. I don't think I've ever used that. Kelly says, I missed that one tea shop I used to go to. There was this really dedicated woman running the place who would go on like tea pilgrimages to China. Oh, that's actually really cool. See, one thing that me and Nyx are trying to get to doing right now is that since we live in like a much, like I definitely live in a little bit more of like a densely populated area than I used to, because I used to live in a place that was pretty bougie and didn't really have a whole lot of culture, and 90% of the places you were going to be either like, you know, like convenience stores, or they were going to be like, you know, fucking like, I don't know, like wine shops, or like, you know, whatever. You weren't going to find something that was like going to really, really wow you, and there weren't really a lot of decent local businesses that weren't bougie as fuck. So, you should probably shower soon. Yeah, I think you should shower and get some rest, good angel. We'll still be here when you're done with your shower, hopefully, and if we're not, then it's alright. You've been busting your ass, good homie. And trust me, by the time this week is over, you will have a lot of things done and you'll be able to rest much easier. I am beyond happy for you, my homie. But yeah, but now that we're living in like a little bit more of like a densely populated, like slightly more urban area, where there's, you know, like a fucking like Chinese food place like on the street corner we can just walk down to and get something. There's like tons of delis and like coffee shops and like pubs and fucking like there's like a butcher shop and everything. Like our main street literally has it all, you know, like a butcher shop, fucking like multiple coffee shops, really good shit. Like our fucking like main street and even our local area, there's like, we're trying to find an Asian food market so we can get some like some coal, because Kelly, you got me that grill from fucking Yuru Camp on Throne for Christmas and I appreciate that, but I'm still waiting on them to actually let me know when the fuck it's even going to come in. I presume it's probably being imported from Japan, so it's probably going to take some time. Yeah, walking distance is a little bit of a stretch, because we do have to cross a pretty big like 4-lane highway to actually get to Main Street, or like to the stretch of Main Street where there's actually anything to see. But we can basically just park like right outside of the audiologist and just walk up and down Main Street, because there's that gorgeous little coffee shop I like going to that is right in the like back room of a building that like sells a lot of antique styled furniture, and they're always playing like Rat Pack big band music in there, and it's fun to just step in there and get myself a really nice tasty coffee, toss a couple of bucks in the tip jar for them, say how you doing, wonderful to see you, have a great night, and they write little like messages like, you know, great to see you and have a nice day and stuff on your cup, and it's like, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. We got like great sandwich shops on the main street too, and I can't wait to go maybe get me some really, really good stuff from the fucking main street, from the butcher shop especially. And there's also a farmer's market. There's an occasional farmer's market. But Kelly, since you got me that grill, real quick, I'm actually going to check with Throne when the fuck that's even going to come in, because I would like to have that grill. And I greatly look forward to when it gets here, and me and Nyx are going to try our best to find an Asian market so we can get some of the coal that is supposed to be used to, you know, actually like make that, you know, really like work. Let me catch up on some of these messages real quick. Tivana is a tea shop chain that was known for being pretty aggro with customer sales pressures, and then they got bought out by Starbucks. Yeah, all right, yeah, all right, now I get it. now I get it. Asian markets are treasure troves. They really are. Is there any way for me to check? Okay, status ordered. All right. It's been ordered, but it still hasn't actually begun processing yet. So I would like, hopefully it'll actually start like making its way here. Because I would like that to get here in time for spring. I would like that to get here in time for spring. I think that would be lovely. So Kelly, I will let you know if and when it starts making its way here. Amarilla says I live a few minutes from an Asian market and it's good. Kelly says I'm really spoiled with those. Yeah, that's fair. You live in quite a hub for that kind of stuff. I mean, this is the first time I'm living in a place that has like a local butcher shop and like local businesses that aren't like upcharging their shit absurdly. Like you could actually just like come in and sit down anywhere off the street and shit. Because the main street near like my hometown fucking sucked. It was all like designer clothes and like, I don't know, like it was all like designer clothes and fucking like restaurants and shit. There wasn't like any like actual like local culture. It was all like absurdly bougie shit that nobody wanted to go to. Like even the bakery like way overcharged for shit, and it wasn't that good. Angel says, if and when we come visit, we're going there. I would love nothing more than to take you to this little coffee shop. It is gorgeous. You would love it there. Faulty Luna Lamp, welcome on in. I noticed you followed a couple of days ago. Thank you for that. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. Welcome to the Pripyat City Hate Crew. I promise you're in good hands. You have, yeah, no, literally, I have culture. Like, I always used to say that my fucking hometown had no culture. It just was a bunch of ultra-rich tourists in a trench coat. You know, even, like, the little quaint coffee shop. Because, like, when I started out, like, VTubing, half of what made doing, like, the battle maid who works at a bar thing really easy to pull off was that I worked at a coffee shop. So, I was, you know, behind, you know, some type of, like, you know, cash register or bar and getting to meet all kinds of new people and make them drinks. So I'd talk about my job experiences by filtering them through the story and, you know, kind of, like, setting of Stalker and changing some things around. And me just talking about my job made for really interesting banter just on stream. But the whole reason I started working at that job was because I wanted to meet people in my community. I wanted to be a part of, like, you know, the local scene and learn all about what was going on. That didn't happen. Instead, I worked at a coffee shop that was across the street from a precinct and down the street from a high school. So the only people I was actually meeting that had anything approaching a pulse that weren't just, you know, rich motherfuckers who came out here to play golf and day trade were kids. So I tried getting a handle on my local scene and realized that my local scene basically didn't fucking exist. And the only people that I even had, like, any degree of, like, enjoyment talking to were ironically people who were working at the fucking airbase who just came by every day to pick up some fucking coffee and then sometimes dropped off pizza. That was it. So it sucked. But like, the point is, being in a place now where there's, like, actual, like, local businesses that, like, have a fucking pulse. Like, there's a goddamn shoe repair store. There's, like, I need to find, like, a bookstore or something. But, like, the local pub scene and, like, the fucking, like, coffee shops and the restaurants. Like, there's like a fucking Philly cheesesteak restaurant that has, like, you sit inside and the actual, like, window where you order your shit is designed to look like the side of a food truck. Like, that's clever. Like, there's so much cool shit on this main street, and it makes me so happy that I can just walk it. Right now, it's kind of not feasible to do that because it's winter and it's cold as a motherfucker. But I should also stop in my post office sometime soon. Point being, you'd be surprised how much having, like, a local culture that you can be a part of really helps. And to that extent, I hope I can find an Asian market, and I hope I can maybe find a tea shop. There's probably got to be a better shot at finding a tea shop out here than there ever was back there. Angel said, so Misty and I have been making a lot of YouTube poop noises while oh my god. Dirt Devil still makes the broom back, and I only don't want it because of the echolalia. Yeah, that'll do it. But, I mean, hey, if it works, it works. Ziggy says, I just love going to my Asian market and getting all the snacks and stuff. I almost always leave with an oil drum of Pocari sweat. Yeah. Bar stolen valor. Ah, fuck it. Wop said, woo, got back from work, then had to take a minute to dinner and get the way I watch Twitch Not Normal fixed up. Hell yeah. Good to see you tonight, as always, Dwop. Faulty says, yes, saw Roadie Trip repost one of your posts on Blue Sky. Thought I'd check you out. Thank you. It was probably either a, let's see, 4 days ago. It was probably maybe my Thursday stream with Cinco or something else. Or maybe it might have just been, like, my whole tweet about, like, oh, you know, like, don't make goals out of a thing you can't do yourself kind of thing. Yeah, it was, like, in the 40s today. Still pretty cold, though. Didn't work in a bar either, and that was my theme. It is what it is. I mean, the important distinction is that I am not an actual bartender. I don't mix drinks. I cook, I clean, and I kill. But I don't make drinks. Barkeep doesn't let me make drinks. He named a drink after me, and he still doesn't even let me fucking make it, the asshole. Something rally... Oh, so it was for the Rallycross stream on Thursday. Fuck yeah. Really happy how that went down. That stream was wonderful. Not even a vodka, Nate? No. Well, okay, there is technically vodka in my drink. Do we have anybody in chat who is not aware of the too much Sascha, like, drink you can mix? Would you like to know? Dark vacuums. I forget exactly which vacuum that my aunt and uncle gave me, but when they learned that I'd moved out, they brought a vacuum that two of my cousins had both used in their first apartments. So that actually made me really, really happy. I was like, oh, fuck yeah, thank you. But for those who don't know, I kind of like to, when I was on Iris's Poison Points talk show, would you like to know more? When I was on Irisu Neo's, or Irisu Paisen, or also Irisu Lutrium's, now known as just Irisu, her talk show Poison Points, she had a whole system of, like, if you had a drink named after you, what would it be? And what I like to do is I like to call this the Sascha Temple. So it's basically like if you mix a Shirley Temple and a Moscow Mule, where it's ginger beer and vodka, but you put a splash of grenadine and a maraschino cherry in it. It's not super, like, it's not super exciting. It's not one of those, like, wild martinis or, you know, like, whatever's that you have to, like, you know, shake and mix all these ingredients into. It's fairly simple, you know, just make yourself a Moscow Mule and put a little bit of grenadine and a cherry in it, and then you're good. Or, you know, it's simple, but it works, and it's effective. And I have to say, I haven't even made one yet because I actually haven't drank alcohol in over 5 years, and not for nothing, I'm not terribly keen on going back to it because I don't really trust myself to not have an alcohol problem. Not that I've ever had one, but I do tend to have a very addictive personality, and I can be hard to break out of certain habits, as Nyx has learned from living with me. I don't trust myself to not get into a habit of drinking at bad times, especially because the last times I used to drink, I was like, you know, drinking like pina coladas, like alcoholic pina coladas at like 2 p.m. in the afternoon kind of thing. So I'm not really looking to even opening up the possibility of becoming a drinker. But if anybody in chat manages to make a Sascha Temple, do let me know so I can tell people whether it's good or not, because I don't just want to tell people it's good when I've never drank one and nobody I know has drank one. So if you ever feel like spicing up your evening and having a nice little drink that reminds you of your favorite Chernobyl maid, try putting together a Moscow Mule with some grenadine and a maraschino cherry in it, and you got yourself a Sascha Temple for your favorite VTuber's favorite VTuber. Kelly said, I got one when I worked at a thrift store that was almost brand new, but someone donated it because it was absolutely caked up with dust. Oh, we're talking about the vacuum still. So I just cleaned it and washed it out. What's wrong with me? It makes me wonder if they were so dumb they didn't know it was a single-use vacuum. I believe it. I believe it. And just says I'll mix one up when we get to the new place? Hell yeah. Right, Kelly, you're talking about shark vacuums. That sounds kind of good. Oh yeah, yeah, hopefully somebody makes it. I mean, I'm sure you could probably go to a bar and ask for that too. Because, like, generally speaking, like, the one thing you can always get no matter the bar you go to is probably going to be a Shirley Temple. So, you could get a Moscow Mule or a Temple, so if you just say, hey, you know, make me a Moscow Mule with a splash of grenadine, they'll probably serve you one up. It's not terribly sweet, but it's about, like, as sweet as your, like, typical kind of, like, girly drink could be. And brainwashed it. Freudian slip. Well, you're not supposed to know about that. You're really not supposed to know about that. Go in Zerking mode. You're really not supposed to know about that. There was a very unfortunate little incident. There was a really unfortunate incident, and you're not supposed to know about it. So just, can you keep a secret from me? Thank you. This has been nice. I've just been letting my tea cool off while we yap. Look, it's not that I would fear being judged. It's that I don't want to get shot for it because that particular tattoo has a sort of connotation behind it that I'm really not trying to get applied to me right now. I'm not proud of it. Let's just say I had a little bit of a reckless day, and I did some shit that most people aren't really supposed to do because I just wanted to prove myself, and I got tangled up in some shit I wasn't supposed to. Right, wrong place, wrong time, you know how it is. And, I'm kind of in a little bit too deep to regret it now. The main reason I checked you is I saw Stalker and Maid. Well, that'll do it. I'm too much Sasha. I'm the Chernobyl maid. Yes, I do have that tattoo, and there's a reason for it. If at any point you want to know more about the story, because I do work on the story, you can go into the About Me section at the bottom and click on a little thing that says The Cast, and it tells you about some of the prevalent characters in the story thus far. If you ever join our Discord, I am presently working on a lore wiki based entirely out of a single forum channel where you can search, hit tags, and scroll through different posts that are all just characters, locales, and events in the Sasha lore. So, like, my lore is basically just, like, kind of like a sort of, like, fan offshoot of Stalker. Most of what happens in it is, like, shit that is in Stalker, or incorporating elements of Stalker Anomalies' story. So there's that. Because generally speaking, my story is kind of based around Stalker Anomalies, kind of like plotline, to the, with, like, the inclusion of, like, the UNISG, and a couple of other things. I'm still working on the lore wiki channel, but, I am also working on a lore recap video with voice acting and everything, so anybody who hasn't already known what's going on in the story, you can check that out. I'm also still working on, getting hit back by a person who's doing some voice acting for one of the characters. So, what is it? You'll notice that when I get, like, follows, raids, like, subs, bits, etc., they are all, like, on-screen alerts that are in character by various characters in the storyline. So I try my best to make the characters kind of have, like, an active role in the story. So if you want to know more about, like, the story itself, you can come on down to the Discord and, you will know when the lore channel goes live. You can also hit the cast button down below. On top of that, we also have an Ask blog that is run by one of the characters. So if you want to go onto, like, the Detrato blog that is run by one of the characters and ask them anything about the setting or the storyline, he will tell you. I try my best to make the actual characters in the story feel like participants in the stream, and I try to have them all, like, I don't want it all just to be, like, by me, Sasha. I want it to be by other characters. So, naturally, a lot of the, like, bit and follow, or rather, no, a lot of the, like, bit redeems or like sub alerts, or even, like, some BRB and stream start bumpers that I'm working on are all voiced by my character's UN handler, who kind of has her blackmailed. And a lot of the, like, follow and raid and ban messages are all done by a character that she operates with frequently, who is also with the UN. And sometimes there's even friend cameos, like from Kelly and Angel right there in chat. That kind of thing. As if they know they're in a fictional story. Honestly, I feel like one of them would be likely to know at this point. Weirder things have happened in Stalker. But I hope you guys like it. I hope you like where it's going. So if you like Stalker and you like VTubing, I think you'll like what I've got going on right here. I do try hard a lot when it comes to the story. So hopefully, you enjoy that when it gets to that point. And I do also write stories, like, that are part of the storyline. Like, I'm writing, like, a lot of little offshoots, like, stories that are kind of like the equivalent of, like, an episodic side quest for the character. Like, one where she's, like, going after, like, a band of mercs during a blizzard, or one where she gets hired for, like, protection on an arms deal. There's also the whole Toxicuri AU that I'm writing, where Sasha gets brought to a 2-week vacation in New York City with Mueller. So that's interesting for sure. Also, I saw both Luna and Amaryllis joining the Discord. Wonderful to see. And thank you, Kelly, for gifting a gift sub to Faulty Luna. Toxicuri mention. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised I haven't. Do you want me to just, like, link it to you after stream? Because it's the pinned tweet on my other account. I don't really the stories that I actually make, like, that are like full on, like, presentable to, like, a general audience, I will talk about on main. But obviously the ones that are, like, much more heavily on like lean way harder in on the Yuri will probably not be posted on the main all the time. Kelly, Jesus, thank you. Sounds funky. I joined the server, but I'm kind of at the server limit and I lurk in way too many as it is. Don't worry about it, Yuki. I appreciate it, though. Well, if that ever changes, we will be right here, and we will be excited to be welcomed, to welcome you in, and to be joined by you. But thank you for joining, Luna and Amy. It's going to be nice to see you. Yeah, give me a second. Let me make a mental note. Send vacation fic chapter 1 to Amy. The vacation fic I'm still working on. It's going to be 8 chapters total, and I'm currently I currently am like about a third of the way through chapter 2. It's going to be rather ambitious because it's meant to be a kind of scenario where it's like, what if these two characters were honest about their feelings? And because the lore itself does have, like, the actual canon lore does have a little bit of like toxic Yuri in it between me and Muller, where Muller has a sort of infatuation with me for various reasons, and there's implications that I will very easily bond with a person who gives me any degree of affection, no matter how well they're actually treating me. I don't like that Muller's a government goon who treats me like garbage, but there are those couple of times where she does make me feel like I'm worth something, even though it's usually heavily conditional. But the vacation fic is primarily like an idea of like, what if these two characters were like honest about their feelings and were completely pulled out of the zone as a setting, would they still be able to be good partners? And unfortunately the answer is no. And it's also kind of ambitious because half of the like purpose of it is, one, it's meant to be read, it's meant to be written in a way where it could be interpreted in either direction of either A, Muller is genuinely trying to bear her, you know, like wear her heart on her sleeve, and she's kind of terrible at meeting Sascha halfway, and Sascha is too paranoid and anxious to even trust her, or B, Muller is actually manipulating her, and she's just trying a different angle and going all in. I want it to be possible that either character is like, that either of these scenarios are true or could be read that way. And a recent snippet that I sent to a friend, one friend read it as, oh, this poor maid is really in her head. She's really anxious and always worrying about everything. And another friend read that same chapter and was like, dude, Muller's fucking with her. And I was like, okay, perfect. So the split perspective is working then. But it's nice to have you two in the Discord server, and I look forward to showing you all more of the story. And once our good homie gets back to me about when we'll be able to possibly crank out some of that voice acting, I can finally make good on really elevating the presentation of the story inside of the streaming environment, which I think is really fun. I don't want the characters to just disappear unless they're referenced in lore cinematics. I want them to be a part of the stream. And I think I'm doing good at making good on that so far. So that'll be nice. Kelly, it's funny you say a cover-up tap, by the way, because if you remember that one, like, scenario I was thinking up of a situation where I, Sascha, the character, have, like, an entire, like, psi hallucination where I, like, envision myself living in Nevada with Muller for, like, 2 weeks or whatever, or, like, a couple of months. Part of what I wanted to do, or like may even canonize, considering I do have a fairly decent understanding of where I want the character's life to go at the end, I just have to figure out exactly how I want to get to that point. I want to figure out exactly how to get to that point. But I do have that point pretty well planned out. I know how Sasha's story is supposed to end. I know who I want her to end up with and how that all goes, but I also don't really know exactly what to go through on the way to get there, so I'm going to be doing some plotting for that, but obviously I'm taking things a step at a time, so fixing some of the others, like finishing some of the stories and finishing the lore channel has to come first. But I will say this, part of my plans is that I want Sasha's story to end with her actually making it out of the zone alive and like choosing to leave it behind because she realizes it is not really a place that is fostering the best in her, and she does actually get a cover-up tat for the stalker like mark. She gets a cover-up tat. I think that would actually be like a really fun little thing. So maybe she's got like a really cool kind of like art, like a full sleeve cover up for this little thing, because part of the like canon is the implication that Sascha, like, once she is aware of what the tattoo represents, because at this point in the story, like, or at least, yeah, at this point in the story, she's like somewhat still like an amnesiac, but when she actually is aware of what the tattoo symbolizes and means, she hates it, she can't stand it, and she sees it as like a representation of like a thing about her she can't fucking stand. So she frequently tries to scrape it off of her arm. So in certain commissions I'll be getting in the future, I'll actually be having it represented by her, like, the tattoo will have like scratches and scars around it because she keeps trying to get rid of it because she can't stand what it means. So it'll be nice to have like a more lovely little spin on it in the future, where she gets a cover-up tat over it because she just can't stand looking at the fucking thing. I think that'll be nice. Yuki says so no one can tell the truth. Well, because like the whole point is that like the vacation story is told from the perspective of the character of Sascha. I tend to have like the different stories told from varying little perspectives. So sometimes some stories are told from Muller's perspective, and you get to see the way that she sees the world as this very analytical, kind of like surgical view of everything. There's a lot of weird sort of like medical wordplay, and interesting kind of visceral personification of different things. There's the way she's always kind of playing 4D chess and picking apart every little minute action from a person. Meanwhile, Sascha, when she's the protagonist of any story, tends to be kind of getting lost in thought and going on these big, like, sort of like mental kind of like tirades, like multiple paragraphs of her kind of trying to piece together things and not really getting anywhere, repeating language when she kind of spirals, and the way that she kind of tends to focus really in hard on like being poetic and prosy about things. And then whenever Reigns is like the center of a narrative, she tends to be the one who is the full-on narrator. Her stories are in first person. So it's a fun way of like stretching my legs with various different ways of telling a narrative, and kind of finding cool ways to make each character's, not just their way of speaking outwardly different, but to make their internal monologues different. So you can kind of tell when Sasha's, you know, the center of a story, because of the way you get these really, really poetic, kind of like waxing poetic, post-hardcore lyric kind of descriptions of scenarios. And when Muller's the center of a story, you can really tell because of the way she's always like picking apart every little thing a person does and applying motive and reasoning to it, and describing it like some type of like medical procedure. And whenever Reigns is the protagonist, she's very blunt, sees everything pretty like at face value, but she is very perceptive. She just doesn't really know a way of putting any kind of poetic spin on it. She just says, that's how it was, that's what it looked like, and that's all I can really say, kind of thing. So that's fun. But with the vacation story, the narrator is supposed to be Sascha, so it's meant to kind of be like you, the reader, are kind of strung along for the ride when it comes to her anxiety attacks, and I think that's fun. Because there's like that whole sequence where she like freaks the fuck out about like tripping on something in like the first chapter, and she's like panicking and freaking the fuck out, and then after like 30 seconds, Reigns is like, what are you doing? Like, are you done? But I think that's all I really have, all I can really bring myself to continue to gush about. I think I've just, over the course of a year, I've kind of gone from like having these characters as like little concepts to giving them full names and entire like personalities and ways they talk and ways they view things. A big part of how I like to piece together characters' personalities is I start with music taste. So I actually have multiple playlists on my YouTube channel that are just of each character's like music tastes. So like Sascha canonically likes a lot of folk and punk music. Reigns is very into like nu metal and post grunge. Like she's the type of motherfucker that would be like listening to like, you know, like Five Finger Death Punch, or she'd be driving around listening to like Dope or Fuel or whatever. She's like the post-grunge new metal head, and then Muller is all about industrial. She listens to lots of like industrial and IDM and like, you know, heavy dance music. Linkin Park. Reigns would be the Linkin Park head. Reigns is like, I can read some of these tracks out to y'all. Also good to see you, Melissa. Such a good way of doing things, having multiple MCs with completely different ways of thinking. Well, like, granted, they might, like, Sascha is always going to be the MC. Sascha is always going to be the MC. But, like, Reigns and Muller are fun to sometimes write stories from the perspective of. Reigns likes the new Linkin Park. Nah, even Reigns wouldn't like the fucking the new Linkin Park, because Reigns has probably been thank you for the canteen sip, by the way, Melissa. Reigns has probably been deployed against like occult activity multiple times, so she is probably not super gassed about Linkin Park now having a Scientologist as a front woman. I don't think she would fuck with that. Back in just in time to catch Sascha talking music, you know it. Not me having almost exclusively Mothica for music theming for most of my characters. Hey, if it works, it works. Fucking, what was I gonna say? Yeah, like, here we go. The Reigns playlist, right? Because, like, okay, when we talk about, like, there was a thing I was about to say. Thing of, like, different ways of seeing the world and everything, and God, there was a thing I was just about to fucking say. In terms of, like, the way characters see the world and everything, and, like, one character is always the MC, but other characters are, like, fun to kind of, like, write from a certain perspective as. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Fuck, I lost my train of thought, and I'm going to die about it. It was something along that line. It was the thing of, like the way, the way you, like, have the different characters show the thing, and... fuck. Let me see here. Let me see if I can't figure this out while I'm just sipping on my tea. Right, okay. Because, like, part of how I like to do this, she might have left Scientology, but she was actually standing on, like she was actually, like, threatening witnesses of Scientology. She was threatening witnesses of Scientology, and she was standing at, like, literally, like, helping defend multiple Scientologists who have assaulted people. I don't give a fuck if she's, like, supposedly not in it anymore. She's going to bat for them. And Chester also fucking hated her. I think I was very excited to see another, you know, talented band fronted by a woman who seems to have a really good voice. It's a shame she has to be one who's batting for Scientology. Supposedly he did. Yes. I'm not really going to entertain further discussion of this topic. I've said all I need to say, and so is Angel. But I do want to bring the topic back around. Because it was like the thing of, like, I write the character of Sascha like a character who, like, I don't want to be the center of a story. I constantly try my best to make the character of Sascha feel like she's just one of tons and tons of different people in the zone who are all kind of their own little unreliable narrators of their stories, you know? Sasha's the kind of character where if she just disappeared one day, the world wouldn't end. People would just go, huh, wonder where she's run off to. Well, this happens sometimes. I'm sure she'll be back in a couple of weeks. And sure, if it takes like a good like month and she doesn't come back, maybe people will be pretty sad about it, but like, they'll move on, you know? There's even a part earlier on in the vacation story where, like, chapter 1, like, a bunch of stalkers have kind of started to, like, see her as a sort of, like, you know, local icon, because she's always in the bar and she's always serving up food and always being real nice to guests and always kicking people's asses if they're treating her like shit kind of thing. And, you know, someone's like, oh, you know, I don't think this place would be the same if anything happened to you. And she's like, yeah, well, they said the same thing about Strelick and, you know, look at him. We're still moving along. Like, let's not be ridiculous about it. And they're just like, hey, you know, you got us worried. You know, you're not planning on going anywhere, are you? And she's like, not a chance. Now, what can I get you? That kind of thing. It's between that and the way I kind of like try to have Sascha get hurt at least once in almost every story I write, whether it's a physical wound or her completing her mission or whatever thing she was contracted to do, and kind of walking away from it not really feeling like she's a better person, just slightly richer, is a fun way of doing it. I kind of like to write her the same way like Garrett is in like early Thief, like the very like early parts of Thief games, where he's like, he's not some type of like grand like chosen one savior or whatever. He's just a guy trying to get by, and if he dies, the world's not really going to be much worse off, but if he keeps going, it's not going to be much worse either. So it's like, just, you know, just kind of trying to do what you do. So I write Sascha as a character who's definitely not invincible, because there is very real threats of physical and mental harm all the time, and she doesn't dodge every single one. But there's also the implication of like, she's just kind of like a part of the story. She's almost like she's like, the level of involvement she has is almost like a hidden character. It's like, you know, you go to the zone, you can hear people talking about her. You could hear people saying, oh, you know, you heard anything, you know, from like Sascha, come down to the bar and talk to Sascha lately, you know, where's she been at lately, you know, that kind of thing. Like Sascha as a character isn't really meant to be like some kind of center of the story. Like, hell, because my lore is based on Stalker Anomaly's story where the Brain Scorcher got turned back on again, and that's the entire reason that she has the tattoo, is because she was running up to Pripyat alone because she was so sick of people acting like she couldn't hold her own, so she wanted to prove it. So she ran up to Pripyat alone, and then the Brain Scorcher got back turned on, which kicks off Anomaly's story. The whole thing that I want to have happen is that, like, the Brain Scorcher gets shut down again, but it's not her that does it, it's just some other guy. Some stalker shut it down. That's crazy. Well, back to it then. Yeah, the Zone is the main character, and Sascha is just kind of one of the bit players. She's not like Muller's a pretty, you know, like big sort of like a pretty big dog in the whole thing, but like Sasha is just like, she's just one of the many people in the Zone, and if you're interested in her story, you can probably find her story interesting, and you might even find her as a person interesting. But she's not the person that the Zone's fate hinges on. She's just a person who has some stake in it, but generally speaking, I try my best to decentralize her as a main character. Like, even coming down to the fact that I really enjoy writing stories told from other perspectives. The story that I'm writing where she, like, is hunting a band of mercenaries during a blizzard and, like, kind of, like, killing them off in a factory, that's written from the perspective of one of those mercenaries, and I wanted to write her as almost like a slasher villain. And I went really hard on Cormac McCarthy influences and trying to have these really nice kind of like interlude speeches that sound like they're written by a guy who's like, you know, from like the fucking South, and all like the way you kind of see the world filtered through this guy who's like kind of grizzled, and he's generally means well. He's not an asshole, but he definitely is a guy who is okay with doing work that's not okay, kind of thing. I really like the character of Sascha just feeling like she's not super like large. She's not like the main character. She's the character that the storyline tends to be focused on, you know, but she's not like a protagonist, or she's not like some, she doesn't have like main character syndrome or nothing. She's like just a person. And I like really going hard on the direction of the stories to decentralize her as that way. Make her feel like somebody that, you know, you could like hear somebody maybe offhandedly mention, but not go, holy shit, dude, that's Sascha Ferretto, that's the Bloodhound of Pripyat, dude. She's like the fucking like greatest stalker in the Zone. It's like, hey, I stepped by the bar yesterday and I got to, you know, chat up Sascha a little bit. It was nice, cool, yeah. You guys hear anything from Beard? How's he doing? What's going on down in Skadovsk? Like, you know, it's a footnote. She's a footnote. And I feel like that goes a long way to making a character feel believable. Because, I mean, I have a lot of VTuber friends who have, like, immortal characters, like eldritch deities, nanite entities, all, like, living cartoon characters, all this stuff. Hi, I'm Sascha. I'm a recovering acute radiation poisoning victim. If I trip the wrong way, my ankle will bend backwards, my bone marrow is complete powder, and I have really bad brain worms. And if you shoot me, I will die. I think there's kind of like a sort of freedom to having a character who is mortal. And just like when you're surrounded by homies who have like insane power scaled characters, having a character that's just like some cunt is kind of fun. Good to see you, by the way, Chance. I hope you're doing well. Let me give you a shout out, Chance, to Chance Nezumi, my good homie. Free Chance Nezumi. We love this motherfucker. PCHC Foundation. Love you. Love having characters subjected to the fragility of mortality. Yeah, exactly. Like, I am not immortal. I am not some kind of like crazy super powerful entity. Being brainwashed and then given shit tons of radiation did not make me a superhuman. It actually just made me very mentally ill. And I think that's a fun way of giving depth to your character. Not for nothing. What else was I gonna say? I actually don't even realize, I don't think I remember what Ziggy was saying. I said goes hard, but fuck it, I appreciate that too still. I'm guilty of that. It's not a thing you have to be guilty of. It's fun to have your character be, you know, like what your character is. And as long as you're telling, like, because I mean, like, even when it comes to characters that are immortal, there's like still like an important tone you have to set with your storyline. Obviously, a big part of my storyline is recognizing that a lot of horror is about loss, and loss is sad. There's a kind of sadness to horror that a lot of people don't really like to talk about. So, like, I don't want to be a horror VTuber. I don't want to have, like, the spooky music all the time. I like there being this kind of dour, kind of, like, ambiance to everything. It feels like walking alone through an empty field, and you just kind of hear the wind blowing, you know? It's why I like to call myself... I'm not, like, a horror VTuber. I'm a gloom tuber. And I like trying to put people onto the term and finding more people being you know, like, kind of identifying themselves as gloom tubers. Because I think it's a great thing. It's a great mix-up of being, like, just low-key enough to be comfy to somebody, but you still talk about the real shit. And there's still a decent understanding of, like, a lot of horror is about understanding that something horrible has happened, and there's gravity in that situation. You have to approach these matters with gravity. Ziggy, I'm going to send you the work in progress of that fic, actually, if you'd like. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. That'll be nice. I've spent, like, the better part of the last, like, half hour just yapping about, like, the story and shit. I'm terribly sorry. I should probably get back to the game soon, but I'm also having a really good time just chatting with everybody. I've needed this. I'm just an agricultural model android with some Ukrainian nutjob's best approximation of a fire control computer in her dome. It's cozy to listen to. That puts a giant smile on my face. Thank you so much. At the end of the day, all I really want is for all of you to like these characters as much as I like them, and to find the story as, you know, fun to write as I do. Like, it's kind of the point where I envisioned, like, what I kind of want, like, the final ending of my character to be, while listening to a song that I would love to hear when that happens. And I actually kind of started crying. Because I was like, I've been with this character for so long, and so much of her is me. So much of her is built out of my own experiences. Her traumas are kind of like colorful, prosy, sort of fantastical renditions of some of my own traumas, like loss, like self-image problems. Hell, at this point, it's kind of hard to deny that there's even elements of my own plurality kind of within her, with the whole implication that, like, the version she exists as now after her brainwashing, you know, colloquially being known as 80, and the version of her that existed beforehand, the one who actually was named Sascha, being these sort of different entities that kind of have to exist in the same head kind of thing. There's a lot that I really look forward to making a part of this, and just getting to sit here and yap about the characters and how much I love them and how much I kind of try and make them an active part of all of this. And seeing all of you genuinely be like, yeah, this is a cool idea, I like where this is going. That makes a lot of things worth it. And I hope that, you know, with time, as I start to roll out more of this and manage to make this storyline more approachable to the general person. Because that's the problem with having a story that you like. You gotta find a way to get it out there. And I have to admit, because of my constantly fluctuating headspaces being absurdly fucking busy and everything else, I'm finding it increasingly difficult to like have the time to make all of this come to fruition, because I'm still sitting on work in progress stories from like a year ago at this point that I haven't found the time to finish because my headspace is constantly fluctuating, plurality notwithstanding. So it makes it a little bit hard to get all of that done, but it is what it is, you know. You find time when you can. I think I am due for taking a good week off of streaming in February. I've got pretty much all of this month like blocked out. I think the first week of February I'm going to take a break. Especially because I'm not going to be able to stream a whole lot once my homie, once Kelly comes by, because Kelly's planning on visiting us, so I'm very much looking forward to it. Alright, I've spent a good amount of time just yapping about things, but yeah, you know, you can check the About Me links and links to my card anytime you want to. Come check out the lore Tetrado run by, Dr. Chernov, or come check out the Blue Sky or the lore channel in the Discord, or if I can find a way to make the lore channel in the Discord become like an actual like lore wiki somewhere without having to pay. Because that is the reason I'm doing it in the Discord, is because I trust my Discord homies first when it comes to, like taking a look at my writing and everything. And but also it's because like I was like, okay, how can I make a lore wiki in my Discord? Because the regular lore channel of it just being like a chronological drop of every single lore video and then some like supplemental shit in between doesn't really cut it, because Ari was like, it's not terribly easy to read through. It's like kind of hard to follow all of this. So like, generally speaking, I think having like a proper like wiki helps, but it's like, well, you have to pay for a wiki. So I'm like, well, how the fuck do I do this in a channel? Well, then I found out you can make a forum channel, and then you could just make it so that nobody else can post in the forum channel, and all of your different like each different post in the forum channel is categorized by like character or faction or locale or event, and they all have tags and hyperlinks to each other and all these other things where it's like, shit, you can like fucking, it's fun to be doing that. But the problem is I do still have to actually write all of it. So obviously a lot of this week is going to be spent towards, finishing the next chapter of the vacation fic. And then after that, I'm probably going to go all in on the lore wiki, because I do have a lot of shit to finish. Kelly, I know you're coming in the second week, but I was like, do I take like a week off stream before that? But it's like, I should take the week off stream when you get here, but then I'm going to be busy whenever I'm not on stream, because I'm going to be hanging with you. So it's like, I might just like fucking like, I'll figure shit out as I go. I'm a little bit in over my head here. Right, what am I looking at for like the rest of the month? I might just take the last week of February off, or of January off. I might take the last week of January off and be like, hey, I gotta be real, I'm like grinding my shit into dust over here, so let me take a look at what I got. Need to actually write stuff for your story. You have concepts written but nothing solid. It takes a lot of time. You'd be surprised. It took me a really long time before I like realized I actually wanted to do anything with Sascha as a character, because at first it was just like, how do I put this? At first the character was just like very simple and I didn't really have a story in mind. And then, around like 2023 when I was doing my re-debut, it was like, oh shit, now I actually want there to be like a proper like origin story, and I want my character to have an actual personality. And I wrote all these little audio logs of other characters interacting with her, and I didn't really have any plans for her to speak. And then that changed when I, in 2024, when I decided to go a little bit harder on it. It's the Popcorners theme, god damn it. It is. And then eventually when it came to like 2024, it was like, okay, no, actually, like, I kind of want my character to have like, like emotional kind of like reactions to things. I want her to be a character with like a moral compass. I want her to have goals. I want her to want to live. I want her to try her best to work through things, because there is a big part, like there is kind of an arc to Sasha's story, and a lot of it comes down to healing. A lot of it comes down to her having done shit that she's not proud of and trying to be better, but the problem is that her efforts to be better go against the general goals of people around her. And people, the problem is that she is unfortunately useful to people who do not have good intentions, and the ways those people plan to make use of her are by forcing her to keep doing the things she's not proud of. So it's this constant push and pull of Sasha trying to be better and pull herself up past her flaws, past her traumas, past her sins, and she's not able to do it all the way because she keeps being pulled back down to do more fucked up stuff by people who just want to use her as an asset. And generally speaking, she does get better at the end. She does realize, okay, this one person who I was kind of like leaning on, who I kind of just like let become like the center of everything that I am because she promised me redemption, that was a load of bullshit. And now the only other person I can really take any type of shelter in is a person who is equal to me. And I've spent so much time being led to believe that we're not equal by this person who is manipulating me. And I have to just accept that she's an equal and we can both be there for each other. We fall into each other. And now I have to realize that once this person who promised me redemption is out of the game, there's nothing else really keeping me here. And I notice that the more time I spend here, it's just making me worse. Killing people doesn't make me feel better. Making money doesn't make me feel better. Finding out more and more about the zone just leads me to realize just how much a few select group of people have really doomed mankind just because they wanted to try and turn us all into guinea pigs. That doesn't make me feel better. What would make me feel better is if I just left. If I just said, I can't do this anymore. I think I need to just grow up and realize that life isn't waiting for me here. It's waiting for me back home. And then she leaves and decides to just settle down. Maybe maybe it would be disappointing for some people to learn that Sasha's ultimate ending would be to literally just settle down and realize that, like, the only way she can really, like, you know, she can really win this game is by quitting it. But, you know, there's a lot of that game to come before she has that realization. And Angel has the good point of, this is why Mueller hates her, because there's a major implication that Mueller and multiple other people who are on her bankroll are greatly inconvenienced by Sasha's friend group and her support network that try and ground her and be like, hey, you know, these people aren't good for you. These people aren't good for you. All right, I think I've yapped enough. I don't want to be on for super late because I'm probably going to have to be getting up at around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning because I have an 11 to, like... I don't understand the fucking hours they be giving me at this job, dog. We're looking at, like, an 11:15 to 5:45. Curious. Every time Kelly and I show up at UNIC HQ, she pops a vein in her forehead. Well, yeah, because there's even that part in the fucking, what is it, the, one of the other stories I'm writing from Reigns' perspective where it's about her and Sasha having to scavenge, like, a crashed UN spy plane where the front half is just seemingly gone missing, and they have to find, like, the black box for it, and they get caught up in Scilab bullshit. There's the, fucking whole part where it's like, oh, you know, like, where's she at right now? Oh, she's been working with Freedom. Oh, is she, like, still talking to that fucking, like, weirdo in the Freedom base, the fucking Kelly girl? Oh, yeah. Do you want me to, like... No, don't do it. Don't do it yet. Gonna hop in the shower, you got the speaker? Hell yeah. Alright, yeah, I've spent, like, a good, like, half hour to 45 minutes just yapping about the story. How about we actually get to the fucking fog? Obviously, the Burt Forest is a place where I'm going to have to figure out how to actually unlock the hub here. But we are going to actually, like, go check out the fog for the end of the night. So we'll close out the night with a really cool anomalous area. How about that? Check it out. It's the fucking House Like Carpet song. Give me a second, because I'm still in the gas. Here we go. Alright. Well, We're back here. My vector has seen better days, but I do know where I want to go. So, to close out the night, we're gonna have a nice, cool little, we're gonna have a nice, cool little attraction here. Man, the carpet in the new place is ass. So we're gonna go to a cool little locale I've been meaning to show off on stream. It's called the Fog Anomalous Area. It's right here, and I can't wait to show this to all of y'all. It's like right near Duga, too. I got my work cut out for me. I do really wish I could just find somebody to repair my vector, because she's sitting at like 73 durability. She has seen better days. Need to rent a carpet cleaner? Yeah, rent Lav. No, don't rent Lav. Quite fun. I legit enjoy hearing you yap about... Thank you, Ziggy. It's crazy to think that all of this, like, started from me writing, like, just sitting down and be like, oh, I'm gonna write a story about my character, you know, about my character's nefarious handler, basically kind of, like, winning, and her end goal is to basically just be Sasha's, like, weird, kind of, like, caregiver. And then, like, after that point, for some reason, I was like, hey, what the fuck is this? Okay, I think I've heard about these. I think these are like an actual, like, weird... No. Wait, no, but there's, like, you could totally fit in this, so... Do we have, like, real-life precedent for these? These are... Huh? No. No, I don't think... I think something is wrong. I think something is gravely wrong here. What am I looking at? Because at first I was like, okay, I swear to God, maybe this is like a thing that was real. Maybe there were like real like trees that grew like this or something, but like... You didn't see these in your playthrough. Like, the skeletons implied that these appeared really quickly, and people... But like, you should be able to get out of like gnarled roots like this. So did people like crawl in these things to die? Is this a place people put bodies to get rid of them? Like... No, there's actually a lot of questions here. What the fuck are... There's not enough time in the day to, like, figure out what's going on with 90% of the fucking zone. I need to wash some of this down. This is why barkeep doesn't let me drink. Maybe they were in there to escape something. Oh, that's an interesting angle. Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right there. I just gotta. Oh, I'm sloshed. That is, yeah, that's really fucking. Hey, wait a minute. Who are you guys? Oh, you guys are dutiers. Ugh, not the fucking duty. Hi. Good works. Yeah, pat yourselves on the fucking back, you chuds. Are those hangars? Have I been here before? Oh, it appears to be an old military base. Okay, I hear a sound I don't recognize and I am leaving. Whatever the fuck that is, I don't have time to fight it. I am good. I am good. I no longer desire to be a hero of the zone. I will happily be just some fuck who runs away from danger. Thank you very much. Yeah, good job with those boars, you fucking nerds. For those who don't play Stalker and want to know what duty is, congratulations. You deserted the military and realized you could be anything you wanted to be, and you decided what you wanted to be was just the military again. You are a joke. You are more than a joke. You are an entire Jerry Seinfeld routine. Given flesh. So...
Oh man, I'm Skinny Pete!
Is that Skinny Pete? Is that Skinny Pete being redeemed by posts of the Postmodern Art podcast? Holy shit, that's the first time I've fumbled that. Is that Skinny Pete being redeemed by posts of the Postmodern Art podcast, the podcast dedicated to giving artists who are wowing the world over the platform they deserve? That's crazy, dude. That's more like it. Good to see you, Post. How you doing tonight? How you doing tonight? Military, but again. Yeah, military, but again, and kind of worse because, like, they have, like, they kind of have, like, you know, like, totally not official, but, like, obviously official military, like, support. But they don't have to worry about actually representing the military, so they can act however the fuck they please. Huh? The fuck? Really? Gopnik's out here? Alright, hold on a sec. Hey, I forgot to save. Just got back from Baltimore. Hell yeah. How many iron urns did Aaron earn? What the fuck am I talking about? Home of challenge fishing? Fuck you, Baltimore! Honestly, I got respect for Baltimore. I don't have a lot of respect, but I got respect. I got stuck in gridlock traffic there once. Bring your wife. We'll fuck her. That's right. We'll fuck your wife. God, Big Bill Hells is still one of the greatest videos ever made. If you can find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. That's right. Shove it up your ugly ass. God. It's legendary. Hi, okay, gotta go, bye. Oh, Jesus, thank you for the sub, Gravy. Good to see you. Damn, you know he's in a hurry because he forgot the hydratch. Huh. You know, I bet there's some good stuff in there. Jesus H! Post? Thank you? What the fuck? Post, thank you? Oh my god! Homie, you just got back from Baltimore! Fucking hell. Jesus H, this is the second hype train of the night. How could you do this to me? Thank you so much, Post. Pripyat City Hate Group for life. Everybody, please go check out Post, the Postmodern Art Podcast, the podcast dedicated to giving artists who are wowing the world over the platform they deserve. Homie runs a great podcast. He's a great conversationalist. Fantastic to talk about music with. He's great. Remember, currently, his podcast is currently on a little bit of a short hiatus while he gets some aspects of his personal life in gear. But, dude, if anybody is a connoisseur of the fine arts, a stat motherfucker, you want to know a great episode to start with? The one that has I on it. It's, I forget which exact episode number it is, but the Too Much Sascha episode is called Rabble Rouser. You'd hear all about, where I started out in VTubing, where I started out in streaming, where my name comes from, the popcorners. You can find out about the popcorners, I guess. Post, at some point, I gotta start introducing you to some of the artists who have made our community a home, because I think you'd have a great time chatting up some of them. I think they'd have a great time chatting up you. Thank you for the high stretch redeem, by the way, Gravy. I haven't gotten a whole lot of stretch redeems. People are slacking on those. Give me a fucking second. Oh, baby. Glow stick time. Ugh. Ugh. I can't wait to turn 30. Can't wait to turn 30. Alright, let me take a sip. It is on YouTube. In fact, YouTube may be the best place to watch it because YouTube is where you actually can watch the videos. Oh, hi, Nix. You must have heard me through the wall. What debuff are you hoping for on 30? You know, that's weird. I've been here lurking. I just really like to imagine that Nick's just, her ears just perked up hearing me say, can't wait to be 30. Honestly, what debuff am I hoping for on 30? I'm hoping for a bad knee. I'm hoping for a bad knee. I hope I don't end up with one of those, like, heart condition debuffs, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Miku old doesn't exactly narrow it down, does it? Okay, so hold on a second. I need to do something about this gunfire, because I'm trying to be cinematic here, and these chuckle fucks are ruining the vibe. So hold on. Okay, never mind. I don't want any part of this. That is rats. That is rats! I rolled bad knee, and it sucks. Yeah, but I'll take it. I'll take it over heart condition. I'll take it over, like, blood pressure. Oh, hey, what's up? Oh. Okay, so the bandits were duking it out with the, You guys are IPSF, ain't you? Beds. What was the thing I said earlier on stream when I was like, oh, it's not mercs, it's worse, it's feds. It's always feds. Miku old is ranged between 16 and 8 billion. This is true. 39. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. See, I remember when I was like 23 and getting ready to sing 24 by Red House Painters. How times have changed. And 24 keeps breathing in my face. Damn. Dude, the IPSF are caked up. Huh? I didn't say that. Honestly, I'll take some Vintar ammo because then I can actually use it for this VSS AS Val. Fucking hell, thank you for the second hype train of the night. Jesus Christ, Post. I have you on record. You have me on record for a lot of things. What is it today? Saying that the feds are caked up? Have you forgotten I'm writing an entire smut fic of me and Reigns making out sloppy style? So, chat, I would like to take this moment to redirect the discussion towards our present task at hand. I would like to redirect our discussion towards the present task at hand, if you may. Because I have something to show you. So, we've gone through almost all of the anomalous areas on stream. We've gone through poppy fields that put you to sleep with, like, clouds of, like, you know, like sentient poppy petals that chase after you. We've gone through weird gravitational anomalies that crush cars and reinflate them again and push things around in midair. We've seen tornadoes that you platform in the middle of. We've seen tornadoes made of fire. We've seen fields that just appear haunted or cursed and have ghosts roaming them at night. Because I really like the more horror-focused anomalous areas. The Wandering Lights are one of my favorite ones in the game. Because how many times have I talked on stream about how much I love the more horror-focused ones and the way that psi anomalies just feel like cursed or haunted places. You know, that kind of thing. So, clouds? So, here's how it is. Here's where we're at today. It's 1 p.m. in the day. Check this out. So, you know, we're just walking around in the woods, minding our own business. You know how it is. It's a decent day out here in the zone, you know? It's a little bit gloomy, a little bit dour, a little bit dreary, but, you know, you can see pretty far. It's pretty nice. It's like, you know what? I could go outside and have a nice smoke on a day like this. I could have a smoke on a day like this, and then... Because if I get far away enough, right? You get close enough, right? Well, kind of worrisome. All of a sudden, it's just fog. It's just fucking fog. So you walk. And you walk. Huh? Are we fucking serious? Hold on a second. I'm trying to be atmospheric here, bro. That's okay. That's okay. I live for this. Hold on a second. I gotta deal with this guy. I got hecklers. Are you gonna actually, like, run up or what? Ah, fuck me. I'm gonna clutch this round. No, bro, the fog is coming. Sun shines, grass grows, and brother, the darkness is coming. You need to run. Oh my fucking god, bro. I can't with these dudes. It's the fact that he's, like, insisting on doing this when I'm trying to be, like, all cool about the ambiance. Will you just step to me already? Like, I don't have all night. Yeah, the bloodsuckers in this game are kind of actually really shit. Like, how many times have I mag dumped them already? Like, I'm actually trying to get, like, into the ambiance and I can't because this dude wants to run circles around me. Don't make me fucking chase after you, bro. Yeah, like, I hit him with, like, an entire mag of, like, AS Val ammo, and that's no slouch. I swear to God this guy wasn't here last time. Give me a second, I'm loading my fucking save. There's a point where you can get here, but you don't see him. It just sucks, because I'm, like, trying to be, like, it being a guaranteed knockdown. Yeah, also, and there's the fact that sometimes their animations can, like, kind of, like, bug up a bit. And, like, sometimes they deadass will just, like, hit you twice on the ground, and there's nothing you can do. It's like, this isn't fun, bro. This kind of sucks ass, actually. Like, I don't think he's supposed to be there, either. I would put money down that he's not supposed to be there. Alright, fuck it. I will do this if I gotta. It's also just the fact that it's like, why is he, like, seeming to just not take damage at all? Like, I hit you with how many fucking grenades, bro? And how many dudes were shooting you? Like, I am cringe ass Nene baby. Are we bringing that back? Like, fuck's sake, this is more than it takes to kill, like, most bloodsuckers. Why is this guy in particular so fucking ridiculous? My shit is jamming. I am going to actually run out of ammo. Fucking finally. All right, let me just line this up. All right, so before I was so rudely interrupted, so you find yourself here. Teabagging a bloodsucker's face is pretty brave. Yeah. So, you find yourself here. There's an old farmhouse, and the closer you get to it, there's just a wall of mist. So, here we are. So, let's take a little bit of time. Let's just investigate. Right? Pay no mind to the whispers you hear on the wind. Pay no mind to what sounds like distant creaking metal, sometimes sounds of gunshots or screams, or whatever else you hear here. Just don't think about it. Let's say you do think about it. Let's say you're scared. Let's say you don't want to be here. Let's leave. I'm terribly sorry, you can't. Now that's peculiar, though. Didn't this look different before? Well, maybe. I'm sure I can just leave. Wait, are you serious? Another one? Okay, no, you're fucking serious. You're not fucking serious, right? Are you serious, dude? It's another one? Wait, I have AP ammo. If you try to leave again, does the bloodsucker disappear? Now let's try that. Huh. Okay, now I know what to do. Ah. Okay. Well, I suppose I probably should have realized that if I just... Not for nothing, but the last time I was here, there wasn't a bloodsucker. Hey, what's that noise? So here we are. There's something very clearly wrong with this place. Thick fog. You can't leave. And you keep hearing sounds on the wind. Can't get into the cellar. Now pay attention to what the cellar looks like, by the way. Pay attention to that sound you hear. Or sausage. I'm gonna wash it down real quick. Anyway, back to it. We got a body. Couldn't have been a guy who lived here. It's too recent. Boxes of books. Can't open the door. Can't open this door either. Strange. Well. Huh. That's new. It's been here, but it's not been here that long. Now, this is one who's been here that long. Door key on him. Curious little growths in the ground here. Also, the key. We found the key. And it's on this body that seems to have a GP5 gas mask, which means this person must have been here back in the era of the original disaster. If not, maybe someone who stuck around afterwards and died in the second one. That's ominous. To my knowledge, it's a lighting bug, but it does actually kind of service the, like, unnerving atmosphere of this place. Something feels very gravely wrong. We now find ourselves within the house proper, crawling in through the hole in the basement. But... well... we're back here. And now we can open this. But this hasn't gotten us much further. Because the place we want to get to, the kitchen, is still inaccessible. We can't get in that way. So what do we do? Well, you roll again. The basement's back to being unshrouded, but now still inaccessible. The only way we can get inside. There's only one way to actually get inside the kitchen. It's gonna take a little bit of work, but now we can't go to the other side of the hole. It's now been blocked. So we can get into the house through the basement, but we can't get out of the house through the basement. So now if we go back to where the basement is... you see this here. I still don't really know what that is. Weird how, like, two of the more, like, psychological... kind of anomalous areas both have like a degree of like fixation around root cellars. We do want to do this quick though because it is going to start becoming night. Okay, and also we have a bloodsucker to contend with. Oh shit. Oh shit. Alright, let me make this quick. Yeah, you wish. I just don't really like that he runs like circus around the fucking place. Instead of like actually running up on you. Where are you? Something tells me the Bloodsucker is a guardian. But that can't be because this isn't the run of the area that is actually completable. Because if we go inside the house now... If we go inside the house now... Wait. Aha! Yep. It is completely inaccessible. The basement is caved in, and the front door is completely blocked off. They changed enemy behavior. So we're back here again. I hear you. Wait, is he inside the house? Lord help us, I think he is inside the house. The suck is coming from inside. No, where is he? I think by switching the locale. He should feasibly be right there, shouldn't he? Huh. Unless he's underground. Is he underground? Huh. I gotta say, the atmosphere of the segment is greatly diminished. Greatly diminished by the Bloodsucker. Did I just see him? Well, let's run it again then. Let's see what's in the basement, shall we? This actually makes it fairly more creepy. I'm gonna be real. So if I remember correctly... Aha! We want to find a way to get into the attic. But now we can't get out of the house. So the way into the kitchen is through the attic. So we want to keep trying to leave so the environment keeps reconstructing itself. So we can find a version that allows us through the basement, into the house, and then into the attic. And then from the attic, we can enter the kitchen. It's a cool little concept. I like it a lot. Yeah, let's see what we got. Basement, clear. No, basement is not clear. But if we go around the right side... Aha! Perfect. We have what we need. Alright, you pussy. Take some fucking energy drinks. Bloodsucker does in fact not want to smoke. Aha! Here we go, here we go, here we go. In we go. Now you'll notice something. And here it is. A weird pot. Oh, I think that is. Huh. Weird. So we did it. We found what we came here for. One of the legendary altered items often mentioned in hushed tones by stalkers around the campfire. Although the pot is empty, steam is always wafting from beneath its lid. This item helps to allay one's thirst and hunger, but be careful, the zone's gifts can be unpredictable. So, now we can just simply leave the house. And now, we can also leave the fog. The fog never truly goes away, but we did manage to escape. So, as with all legendary or all with you know, unique locations in Stalker and Stalker 2, specifically the anomalous areas, every single one has its own unique anomalous item that is related in some way to the story of the area. So with the poppy field, there is a single blue poppy. Like, the poppy field is a giant red poppy field with a bunch of ruins of farmhouses left over from the original Chernobyl event, left over from the second Chernobyl event. And in that field of red poppies is a single blue one. And that single blue one, I forget what the ability is. See, the thing that makes all these items interesting is that the game technically explains what they do. The game technically explains them, but only technically, because, like, it does it to you in a very cryptic way. So, for example, with the there's the blue poppy near the poppy field. The poppy field is one of the more horror-focused anomalous areas as well. So, like, you tend to hear a lot of whispers. There's interesting flashbacks and little snippets of a family's life on a farm that you keep kind of getting these auditory hallucinations of. It's very, very poignant stuff. The Bulba is probably the simplest one, because it's just a giant, like, air bubble in the middle of a swamp, and as it contracts, it kind of, like, pulls things towards it, and then when it, like, expands, it crushes things around it. So you get to see, like, little vehicles near it that keep, like, crushing and expanding and crushing and expanding. And really... Oh, shit, this is bad. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Oh, this is a problem. Okay, the only shelter we have nearby is this one. We can't go to this one because that's near Duga. We might be cooked. We might be cooked, chat. I don't know how to get to a shelter because the closest shelter is near Duga, which is an IPSF stronghold. We might be doomed. In fact, I might have better luck just going back to the fucking fog. But there is a nearby building if I can get there in time. Don't think you played S2, just the original 3 and Anomaly? That's fair. Alright, I have to get there in time. We have, I don't know how many minutes to make it 150 meters. Can we do it, chat? Can we do it, Hate Crew? Oh, that's worrisome. Oh, fuck's sake. Of course the only fucking shelter is in fucking Krug. Blow me. Literally as I fell down the ladder, as I went down the ladder, okay, I've actually never stood outside. I've actually never stood outside in an emission. So I've never seen what it does to you. The whispers and, like, the weird, like, fucked up, like, sounds and the hallucinations and the way it fucks with your night vision goggles. Okay, well, if I know this is what awaits me, I should probably make a beeline for Krug, huh? Yeah, let's just run to Krug. It is cool. It is really cool. I do really like, because one of my favorite parts of the Burning Forest is that the forest isn't ever really actually on fire. Like, there are some birder anomalies, like... but, like, generally speaking, the forest is burnt because it just keeps catching fire and lightning keeps striking for no fucking reason. You can call me a coward all you want. I'm taking the long way around this like this abandoned military base. I don't know what it is, but something about it gives off bad mojo. I've been to places like this before in Anomaly and in the other games, and they never feel like they're places where good things happen. I was talking last stream about how survival in a setting like Stalker requires a little bit of superstition. It requires you to put two and two together in a way that, like, only a person who has a sort of, like nervous, anxious, and kind of, like, guilty understanding of faith, and a sort of paranoid pattern recognition can really hope to make sense of. The idea of, like, hey, you see this place, an abandoned military base, that probably means bad shit happened, don't go near there. That's a graveyard. There's definitely gonna be ghosts there. That's an old fire depot, it's gonna be on fire. Like, all these things, like, if you could expect a place to be haunted for real, it is definitely going to be haunted in the zone. You can expect places where it's like, oh, this place had an old power station near it. Don't go there. Electrical anomalies, all types of bad shit, you don't want to go there. Just don't go there. Like, oh, you know, this place is like a chemical plant, gonna be completely overrun with toxic gases. Like, oh, you know, this place had like this or this kind of thing here. Daycare, gonna have mutants. You know, church, ghosts, side mutants. Don't go there. A lot of survival in the zone hinges on a kind of paranoid pattern recognition, a type of superstition in order to actually be able to make it through. Because otherwise, it's kind of very easy to stumble into doing shit that you really shouldn't, because common sense in the zone is superstition. It is having that sense of being like, oh, well, if a place, you know, looks like it has bad omens, it probably is actually super dangerous to go to, kind of thing. I like that concept. I like the way the zone works like that. But on top of that, there's that understanding of, like, if you can expect a place to be dangerous or a place you don't want to go, you can also expect it's probably going to have good shit in it. A place that's going to be, like, really super haunted or really dangerous can also probably have some good loot in it. I think that's pretty fair to say. And the way that Stalker makes you kind of, like, think the way it wants you to think when you play it is something really unique. I really get a kick out of the way that playing Stalker made me fear big buildings. I get a kick out of the way that playing Stalker made me afraid of large, wide open spaces. Playing Stalker made me afraid of tight corners, hallways, all kinds of little things. Stalker kind of brainwashes you when you play it. And the more you play it, the more you start to understand the mindset of a stalker, and it kind of like cooks you forever, because you never really manage to get out of that mindset of like, that's a big old hangar. There's gonna be bad shit in there. That's like a really big, like, empty building or like factory or whatever. There's bad shit in there, you know? A stalker that survives, yes. But the fact that Stalker kind of gave me a form of megalophobia is really interesting to me. The fact that now, anytime I see, like, large complexes, large buildings, especially large complexes and buildings that are now abandoned or decommissioned, I get bad vibes. When I was unhoused in October, and I, you know, had to move all of my personal belongings into a storage unit, and I had to live out of an Airbnb for a week while I was trying my best to find a place to lease, and thankfully I did over a weekend. One of the things that was most interesting to me was I kept driving by an abandoned, military, what's the word? Like an abandoned, decommissioned factory for military vehicles. And, I anytime I was driving past, like, you know, between like my Airbnb and the storage facility that I was, like, you know, storing all my shit in, I would have to drive past that abandoned factory. And seeing it's like, you know, interesting sort of brutalist concrete building structure where they were probably, you know, building and you know, testing and making sure everything was all up to snuff and everything, the airfields and all that, where I actually had learned to drive. My father taught me to drive by going onto the big concrete strips of like concrete and tarmac where they used to test out the fucking planes they were building there. But when I was driving between my Airbnb and the storage unit place where I was keeping all of my personal belongings, I would constantly have to drive past this factory. And looking over and just seeing all of it, I couldn't ever stop thinking about the way that Stalker made me think in a certain way, where if I see like these kinds of big abandoned buildings, I get a sense of bad mojo. I get a sense of shit was bad, you know? And obviously last stream I talked a little bit about how there is kind of a way that bad mojo and bad energy can, in a way, affect real life. Kelly said the funny thing is that's what stalkers do IRL, it's urban exploration. Oh, absolutely, and I've wanted to do urbex for a while. Obviously, threats of asbestos exposure, being confronted by cops, and a whole lot of other dangers are kind of a big part of why I've never really been able to do it. I did consider going on an urbex trip to a local decommissioned mental hospital that kind of became something of an urbex hotspot. But because it's an urbex hotspot, you don't really, like... It's, like, really easy to, like, get, like, to spot cops there. Because there's, like, fucking, like, you know, shit tons of people going there, so the cops are always there to go, you know, like, fucking make sure nobody's there. And that's a thing you can't really ever, like, ignore. But I was thinking about, like, doing urbex there at one point. And I would like to do it, but, like, at this point, half of how I get my, like, fix of, like, you know, kind of, like, finding a way to scratch that urbex itch is playing Stalker. You get to go to, like, all these old creepy facilities. They actually have things there you can find. It's really exciting. Just, oh, you know, here's this old factory. No fucking clue what it is, but it's super exciting to explore, and I found a really cool gun inside of it. That kind of shit. That's cool. I fucks with that. There's a ton of police patrols in Pripyat too, or there was in peacetime. Yeah, when I started, when I did my Live 2D re-debut, there was that whole point where I was watching, because, like, the stream had, like, the 3 segments of, like, the intro, then Fear, then Left 4 Dead 2, and then winding down with Viscera Cleanup. And then after that, there was, like, the segment of us just watching, like, GoPro footage of people doing urbex in Pripyat. And there were patrols, like, you know, like military police patrols, there were helicopters, there's a lot of shit to dodge if you're gonna do urbex in Pripyat. But, well, obviously, like, the authorities are kind of like a major thing you always gotta worry about with urbex. But it is still a thing I've wanted to do, and Stalker's a thing that lets me scratch that urbex itch. It lets me dive into all of these old, fucked up, abandoned buildings, see the sights, you know, the fucking abandoned military vehicles, corpses, interesting stuff. The way each little, like, location you explore tells a different story. All of these places have their own ways things just didn't go right. The places people sheltered when the first and second disasters happened, you know, who survived, what they left behind if they died, all of that. Stalker is a game that is made out of all of the little stories it tells you just in its environment. And it's why I consider, whenever people want to talk about environmental storytelling in a video game, Stalker, I think, is the series that has it on lock. It just does. So what are you chuckle fucks doing here? You know, that's an anomaly, right? Are you pissing on the anomaly? You are absolutely out of pocket, my man. Wait, that's a Freedomer. Oh, right, yeah, you guys aren't ideological rivals anymore. You're playing nice because the ward makes you. Oh, hey, look, it's the Zaz.
Усі питання допоможи. Звертайся.
Captain Slutsky. Yeah, you certainly earned that name. Well, I don't know what it is, but I've been waiting here fucking forever, and that emission is not happening. So, I'm running back to fucking Malachite, and after that, we're calling it a night. But yeah, like, the way that Stalker kind of makes you think like a stalker and gets you kind of like this sort of weird paranoid superstition going on with you relating to like abandoned places, relating to places where bad shit happened. Because like I said last stream, there is kind of a way that psychic energy has its own manifestations in the real world, and it all kind of comes down to the effect that events have on people. Sure, a person, you might not believe that a person dying in a house can cause hauntings to happen and that house becomes cursed. But, like, you know, if, say, you're in that house and the people who live in that house happen to be relatives, you know, the news that a person died in that house does change the way that people act in that house. In a way, curses and hauntings and all of these kinds of little ways that we come up with superstition and faith-based reasonings for why bad things happen become their own self-fulfilling prophecies in a way. A house may not feasibly be haunted by a metaphysical ghost or some type of revenant or poltergeist, but you know, hold on a second. Oh, you bitch. Hold on a second. Speaking of... Dude, this thing is getting fucked up. How many stovepipes have I had tonight alone? Please tell me there's not more. So, this is a great place to talk about this, actually, is a graveyard. Is that metaphysical ghosts, poltergeists, revenants, etc. may not exist for real around us, but the types of behavior, the things and happenings that we attribute to their presence are brought about simply by the way people act when they learn about a person dying. You know, these things, these ways that people say, oh, you know, don't do that. That's a great way to get ghosts, or that's a great way to invite, you know, like negative spirits or bad omens. Sure, you know, like whether you believe or not. And trust me, I may be agnostic. I do believe that whatever you gotta cling to make sense of living in a world like this is what you gotta cling to. And there is going to be absolutely zero judgment on my part in relation to that. With that being said, sure, even if you don't believe ghosts can exist, when people say, oh, you know, like, don't do this, that's like, you know, the kind of thing that invites negative behavior, like negative omens. It's, you know, it's like a bad omen, it's a ghost, you know, you do this, all that kind of stuff. Like, the understanding of, like, well, you know, like a ghost kind of makes people act erratic or do stupid things. The way people react knowing that they are in a space that a person died in makes them act that way. In a way, ghosts can be real because we make them real. If you believe in a ghost, you can even... And it's the fact that, like, when it's like, oh, if a ghost isn't real, then how come one still appeared when even a person who doesn't believe in a ghost was around? Because the behavior you attribute to a ghost is created when a person is existing in a space that they know a person died in. A ghost can be real if you create one, and it can be created if you happen to be the type of person that acts a very specific way when they are in a space where they know a person died. With these little ways our superstition like molds our environments around us. This way of like, oh well, you know, like I don't want to get onto like the butterfly effect because that's a whole fucking can of worms to open up. But I feel like it's a pretty understandable concept of like, every little thing that we do does have an effect, and even emotional things can have that effect. Where, yes, me making a friend angry, you know, like, how do I put this? Like, it's getting to be that time of the night where my thoughts aren't, like, flowing so easily. But it's like, you know, the emotions that you're in when you do a thing has an effect on how you do those things. And in a way, the things that gave you those emotions, then therein have a direct line of effect to those things that happened. Thusly, emotional energy and like vibes and mojo have a direct input on the things we do. Therefore, psychic energy can have an effect in a weird sort of like technicality way. Sure, you know, it sounds kind of stupid to be like, oh, you know, this is the bad vibes room. I went in here and then like I like stubbed my toe or something. But there's a direct line of reasoning to somebody that I love died in this room. I was in this room today and I felt very upset that someone I love died in this room. So I was acting clumsy and not thinking because I wanted to leave the room quickly. I grabbed something without making sure it was properly secured. I dropped it. I broke a bunch of things in the room. A superstitious person could imply that the presence of that deceased spirit or the power of that deceased spirit's impact on a loved one broke things, caused things to break. And it is just as easy to follow that line of reasoning as it is to say, well, I just was being stupid and I broke it. This is a line in Nier that I like a lot, and it's a very vague and simple line that anybody could have written, but I think the fact that I heard it in Nier was what made it hit so hard for me. There are as many ways to view the world as there are people in it. And I think when it comes to discussion about superstition, about the way we use faith to explain the things we experience, it's really interesting to learn about how different cultures view things through their own different lenses of faith. How each different person and the different upbringings they had, how many different little, you know, kind of like artifacts relating to their beliefs and understandings were plastered around them, the beliefs they were brought up on, the way they applied them in their everyday life. That's interesting. I think that's cool. And I've never really been a particularly like faith-based person. I used to be pretty heavily atheist. Now at this point, I just hope there's something else so we're not completely alone. I don't want to die and have there just be nothing. But I don't have any interest in having somebody metaphysical decide how I can and cannot live my life. I would like to have that be decided by my own morality and the laws of the land, you know? But I am a superstitious person. I believe in inviting bad things on yourself by insistently, you know, like kind of like wishing for it, or even like manifesting things by thinking about it too hard. It's why a lot of times when talk moves to certain things that I find incredibly distressing, I don't really want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. I will just say, yeah, that's not a good thing. It's let's just kind of leave it there, you know? You're missing one fundamental point though. Welcome on in, Sharpie. Let's hear what you got. Kelly said a few Southeast Asian countries like the Philippines and what's ID? Have ghosts as a big part of their culture. Like most of them will talk about ghosts matter-of-factly. Seems like a really common belief socially. Yeah. Ghosts are just kind of like Indonesia, right? Ghosts are just kind of like a major way that we sort of like compartmentalize and visualize bad energies. Ghosts are just one of many, many different ways that we kind of like give bad energy and the negative impact of negative emotions and the tragedies that they're built by. Ghosts are how we give that flesh. Like, that's the tightest shit ever. Who asked? Well, generally speaking, my chat did. That, and also it's my stream, so, I can say what I want. So, speaking of which... See ya.
Are you gonna make me do all the work, or what?
Alright, so I got a little bit of repair work to do here. That AS Val needs a little bit of tuning up. Yeah, thanks, Frains. We appreciate you, girl. The AS Val needs a little bit of tuning up. The suit is definitely in some pretty bad condition. The Vector is really bad. That Vector is in really bad fucking shape. She was stovepiping like every other magazine. I'm gonna run myself broke doing this. You know what? No. It was only like 1,500. That's fine. 15,000 maybe? That's all good. I mean, you know what? Honestly, it's been a pretty long time since I've ever actually had to deal with someone like that. So, like, you know what? I've been going pretty good. I've been going pretty good. I think, like, the last time I really, like, had to deal with, like, shit from, like, a person, like, that just, like, came into my chat for no reason was, like, late 2022? Late 2023? Or whatever. It usually tends to be on Stalker Tuesdays, funnily enough. But sometimes we do get a person wandering into the bar and they, you know, think they can just kind of, like, act hard. And it's like, nah, dog, you're in my house. I mean, yeah, if your gun fires faster, you are experiencing a lot of, you know, a lot of fucking cyclings of the firing mechanism, and the faster the firing mechanism cycles, you know, the more it's going to damage itself. That's a nice streak. Well, not for nothing, but also because, like, for a good half of 2023 and almost all of 2024 and most of 2025, I was also on hiatus, in and out constantly, because I had bad internet, bad mental health, whole lot of bullshit was going down. So, like, a lot of it I just wasn't streaming. But, like, I don't get wackos in my chat that often, you know? There's, like, I feel like there's, like, a... We tend to filter out weirdos pretty quickly, and there's kind of an understanding of, like, you come in here and you give us respect, we give you respect. You don't give us respect, and you're gone. It's that simple. We ain't really here to, like, you know, like, dwell on it a whole lot, you know? I'm not gonna be saying much more on it. But, you know what? Honestly, I ain't even mad. It was entertaining. So, alright, I repaired all of my shit. I'm gonna see if I have any more mutant parts to give to this lady. I keep forgetting your name. Victoria. Yeah, I'll remember tomorrow, I promise. I won't remember. But I can try to remember. What the fuck was that? No other mutant parts, huh? Huh, ah, fuck it. Alright. Well, I could do with a little bit more money. These expeditions into the burnt forest aren't really getting me paid a whole lot. What the fuck is a Bayun? Wish others were better at filtering the bad eggs out. It's alright. It all comes down to, like, you know, you gotta, it all comes down to just kind of, you know, like, having the right culture and just, you know, having that sort of, like, strength in numbers thing. It's what we all got, like, you know, the, fucking shared ban lists and everything. It's just, you know, we all gotta kind of strengthen each other and all that. And sometimes some people aren't really great at filtering it out. Ultimately, I think part of it just kind of comes down that some people don't really want to do it. I had a friend of a friend's community get hate rated so bad that people were getting fucking doxxed left and right, and this motherfucker didn't want to step up or do anything about it, and it was honestly kind of fucking embarrassing, because it was like, dude, you got, like, people getting doxxed in your community, and you can't even, like, be asked to get up off your shit and actually do anything about it? Like, can you do your job or what, bro? Kind of thing. That's not the telekinesis. No, those are the Bureaus. The Bayuns are, like, the pseudo-cats, so the ones that, like, telepathically speak to you. So it's like, you know... Yeah, like, so, like, sometimes some people just, like, don't want to bother. Me and Angel have, like, long kind of, like, you know, explained our reasoning for why we kind of find it really, like, a pretty big turnoff if you go into a community and they're, like, not bothering to filter shitheads out. And it makes it kind of completely unapproachable for most people. Because, like, I mod for someone that's so hesitant to ban that I feel, yeah, that's never a fun thing. Because I've said it before, but I am that motherfucker who will just say ban them, no matter what. Oh, Sascha, you know, this one person was like mildly, kind of like a little bit rude in chat. Ban them. Kill. Just kill. If you don't want to do it, let me do it. I will kill them. I will straight up kill them. I have actually had to be getting on my friends' cases lately because a person who we kicked out of this community here, like, you want to talk about, like, sticking to your guns, a person we kicked out of this community keeps trying to worm their way into my friends' communities, and it's really fucking annoying. So I've had to be getting on, you know, my homies' cases about it, and be like, hey, you know, this person you got in your space right now, they're like a fence-sitting piece of shit who plays propaganda with abusers and Zionists. Like, sometimes, like some of it sometimes is that some people just really don't want to be the one to take the shot, you know? Some people really just don't want to be the one to take the shot, and I guess that's fair. But, like, you really kind of have to do sometimes, and other times, sometimes people just really don't know. Sometimes people really just don't fucking know. And it's always kind of disappointing to find, because it's like, and it's all right, you know, like, it's okay to not know, but when you do know, you got to be the one to step up and be like, okay, I have a dangerous person in my community, and I got to do something about it, type shit, you know. It's just how it is, like. So I get what you mean, Ziggy. It's always kind of disappointing to be a mod, and you kind of keep being told, oh, you know, like, this person was doing something that really wasn't okay and made all of us uncomfortable and kind of ruined the night. We're just going to give them a slap on the wrist and then hope they don't do it again. It's like, motherfucker, how are you going to, like, how are you going to have, like, an actual, like, you know, healthy culture in your space unless you're holding people accountable type of thing, you know? So, like, I understand how you feel. And I think that's, like, an important kind of, like, way to be looking at it, is, like, sometimes you do kind of have to be the one to put the foot down and be like, hey, look, dude, I know you don't want to be mean or whatever, and I know you, like, feel like if you call out people in your chat who are being shitheads, then it'll make people uncomfortable. I promise it won't. Chilling effects are way stronger than putting people off by holding them accountable, and if you've got anybody in your space who is, like, uncomfortable with you holding people accountable, or with, like, is uncomfortable with you holding people accountable, they don't deserve to be in your space, full stop. You know? That's just, like, you know, the way the shit rolls. I got homies who mod for Project Melody and are itching to ban some motherfuckers but can't. That's really fucking disappointing, actually. I hope a day comes when they can. So, there's one last thing I want to do tonight. There's one last thing I want to do tonight. And that one last thing is that Victoria's giving a quest for mutant parts. She wants a chimera. I'll tell you what. There's one place I've been to where every single time I've been there, there is, without fail, been a chimera. So, thanks for letting me vent about that. Happy to take the shot. I just feel like that is such a good way of putting it, Ziggy. Holy shit. That is a great way of putting it. Yeah, because then it's like, oh, you know, we'll just like, you know, like, wait for a little bit and see how it goes. It's like, no, motherfucker, you need to do something. Because it's like, you don't realize it. But, like, half the reason, like, any time that you spend, like, if you recognize that a person in your chat is making you uncomfortable or making you feel weird, you can guarantee it. You can guarantee it. Okay. So, if anybody in your chat is, like, giving you shit or, like, making you feel uncomfortable or whatever, I fucking guarantee it. I fucking guarantee it.
Oh man, I'm Skinny Pete.
Is that Skinny Pete? I guarantee they are making other people in your chat feel uncomfortable too. I guarantee it, any moment that you have a person in your chat that you're just like, oh, you know, this person is a little bit weird and I don't like them, but I don't want to be mean about it. No, full stop. Get rid of them, because the longer they are in your chat, the more other people are going to be uncomfortable. I had a person in my community who was making multiple people not want to show up in VC for like, I'm talking like months, and none of them said anything about it until I asked them. And I was like, okay, dude, you gotta go. And it was like, oh, well, like, why wouldn't anybody talk to me about it if they didn't feel comfortable around me? It's like, that's your problem now, buddy. I hate to tell you, but like, you gotta figure that shit out for yourself. And it's just like, people underestimate the chilling effect and how bad it can be sometimes, because a lot of people just don't really realize how much it can push people away without it. Because by the time you realize it's happening, they've already given up on you, because they've already decided you're not going to step forward and do the thing, so they're going to go elsewhere, and you're not really going to be able to win them back. So that's kind of what's so sinister about it, is that by the time you realize that somebody in your community is being shitty and pushing people out, you don't notice until people have already been pushed out. And by that point, you're not bringing them back. So I take the chilling effect pretty fucking seriously. I take vibe checking pretty fucking seriously. Because I've been in a lot of spaces where people just let people go by and be really creepy or weird or just not pass the vibe check. And at this point, I will just be clapping motherfuckers for, I think, as I put it with Angel, vibe killing in the first degree. We had a motherfucker in our Discord server recently who was like in there for like over a month and somehow didn't know what PCHC stood for. And it's like, dude, it's in the about me. Dude, we say it every stream. Dude, it's in every single hashtag for like my live tweets. Like, it's like, okay, at a certain point, like, I will genuinely kind of not have good vibes around people who, like, want to join the Discord community but don't have any actual interest in, like, the culture or what we do. Oh, it's fucking Storks. Hold on a second. At a certain point, read the room. Yeah, it's like, look, I know it's not like some kind of like unforgivable social sin to like be a part of like a person's community and not give a shit about what they do. But like, you also can't really be mad if a person is like, hey, look, dog, I'm sure you're a nice person, but I also would prefer to have people in my space who give a shit about what I do. Which is also why, like, a lot of times I will just kind of not really be super interested in like, where it's like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna like bring in, you know, like my friend or this one partner, and it's like, okay, are you bringing them in because like they actually give a shit about what you do, or are you bringing them in because you just want a space for them to hang out with you, and neither of you want to actually be a part of this? Like, I had a person ask me if they could bring someone in, and I'm like, well, like, obviously, you know, like, the link's there, so if you feel like you gotta ask me instead of just giving them the link that's already publicly available, I'm already kind of not getting super good vibes. And also, like, you know, you don't really give a vibe of being a person who's, like, actively, like, a part of the space. So, I don't know, dog. Convo reminded me to check something. I feel that dealing with that in a Discord I help with as well. Someone who's disruptive and off-putting in VC. Yeah. It didn't help to this person who didn't really seem to give a fuck about, like, anything we were doing as a community. Was, like, would just be in VC, and we'd be, like, having conversations, and this person would ask for clarification on a thing that we had stopped talking about, like, an hour ago. Oh, not again. Well, it's alright, we're all safe now. So I guess the emissions are slightly randomized. I keep forgetting with the link, I'm busy though. You're all good. Well, no, Angel, I wasn't talking about you. Also, you said, like, I check out my collab partners pretty heavily, and if I gotta ban half your community, we ain't doing dog shit together. Yeah, no, for real. Past a certain point, it's like, okay, if like, I've had to ban, like, more than 2 people from your space in a year, that's like, alright, I'm sorry, but, like, we gotta have a talk about this kind of thing. I don't collab with a person unless I have been like, oh, right, yeah, okay. Well, yeah, but also, like, you were waiting on something to do that anyway. Is this a Gopnik? Alright, I guess I'm just shooting Gopniks as they run for cover. You're not hostile, right? Cool. Yeah, but yeah, like, I only collab with people who I, like, know for a fact are, like, 100% based. And it's why having to boot somebody out a year ago who now is trying to worm their way into my friends' spaces when there's no way they don't know these people are my friends, because I've been talking about these friends and have collabed with these friends while this person was in my community for over a year, you know? In fact, almost going on, like, 3. Or no, yeah, like going on like 2 years. When a person was in my community for the better part of over 2 years and knew that I was friends with all of these people, and as soon as I kicked this person out, they started trying to worm their way into my friends' communities, you know? It made me extremely upset to have to kick this person out and then see them trying to worm their way into my communities. When it's like, you were in my space for this long, how are you, like, trying to argue with me on this thing I'm telling you is, like, an absolute, like, you know, like, deal breaker here? Of, like, if you do this, I do not feel safe around you. It's like, oh, well, I just want to play a game with my friends or whatever. It's like, motherfucker, you're playing propaganda with a Zionist. I don't know what to tell you. And it was like, it was the fact that I had to tell them, like, straight up, it was like, I'm sorry, dog. If you have been in my community for this long, and this is something I'm having to explain to you now, then you learned absolutely nothing from being with us. And that actually kind of hurt me a fair bit. That hurt me a fair bit, because it was like, you mean, like, this person was in my space for this long, and was calling me a friend, which I never really returned. I never really returned that sentiment. I didn't see this person as a friend. I saw them as a follower or a community member, and that was it. But this person kept trying to call me a friend, and was spending all this time in my space, and talking in my stream chats, and trying to play games with me. And then it was like, so you're telling me all of this time went by, and nothing I've ever said on stream, nothing I've ever stood on as principle has ever sunk into you? None of it has ever, like, none of it has ever been internalized? You've been around me and my beliefs and me and my friends' beliefs for all this time, and not once did any of it ever sink in? It was kind of existential to me. It was kind of existential to be like, what do you mean you've been with us all this time and, like, nothing I've been doing has ever been anything that you're internalizing? Like, legitimately. It actually had me genuinely questioning whether or not, like, I was actually doing anything right. It genuinely had me questioning whether or not I was actually, like, succeeding at what I was trying to do. I was like, am I really being, like, a force for, like, social good? Am I really being a good community leader, a good spearhead? If people are in my community for this long and still coming away from it wanting to play propaganda games with abusers? Is that... Am I really a good creator? Am I really a good leader? If my fucking people are doing this kind of thing? It fucked me up a little bit. It fucked me up a little bit to be like, what do you mean none of this sank in? What do you mean, like, you've been in the stream where we say ACAB constantly and talk about how, you know, we are vastly against any type of organized military effort, and you're like, playing cop games, and when we call you on it, you say, I don't want to talk about politics. Yeah, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Some people have trouble learning, some people do not want to learn. Yeah, and what made it really annoying was that this person was in my community for a while. They joined my Discord server for a little bit, and basically, as soon as I was like, they were actually pretty chatty in like the general like chat discussions and everything. And as soon as I said the phrase, oh, you know, this is like an ACAB space, they just said, oh, I don't want to talk about politics. And then never ever made any attempt to be interactive in that server again. And it's like, okay, well, you're just, wow, fuck you then. Oh, wait, what are these? I still don't know what the puzzle is in this area, by the way. Some people have trouble learning. People actively refuse to learn because they know better, but think lying to you is better than telling you how they really feel. That's the thing that makes sycophants so fucking annoying, especially. Is like the behavior of like, oh well, you know, like this person I'm specifically referring to was so kind of infuriating to be around with the sycophantic behavior. Because you could tell they just like wanted to please me and didn't want to piss me off. So they were just kind of hoping that continuing to like, you know, call me a friend or say, hey, how are you doing, friend? Are you doing okay or whatever? And then like as soon as you actually express your emotions and be like, yeah, you know what? I'm pissed off because people in my home country are being kidnapped and interned and murdered and treated like garbage and nobody gives a fuck. Wait, is that thing alive? No. But I do get to take his parts. Wait, there's 2 chimeras and I get their shit for free? Dude, hell yeah. Yeah. I have been around your dog ass enough. It's just really fucking disappointing to see people acting like that. It's greatly upsetting to me. I talked to you about my cutoff with them, if you remember, and then they go and try to buddy with one of my literal besties I stream with a lot and act like nothing happened in their stream chat before the recent event. Yeah, no, it was so fucking it was so fucking weird. Like that person has seen you and me stream with Hikari constantly. There is no fucking way they didn't know that this was gonna happen. Of like, hey, we really should. It's just like how did you like, what did you think was gonna happen? What the fuck did you think was gonna happen going up to like our homies and trying to worm your way in? Like interacting with Iris, who has been like my best op for over almost 2 years running at this point? What are you doing, bro? And the fact that it was like, I even had to be like, well, it was like, okay, look, dog, like, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. If you are, like, better, yeah, it is literally impossible to know. But it's like, look, dog, if you are better, if you worked at all on yourself, sure, I'll let you back in. I'll let you back in. I'll give you a second chance if I see proof that you're better. But it was like, okay, you demonstrated weird behavior by trying to, you know, get buddy with one of my homies, knowing he's my homie after I told you to fuck off. You try to get buddy with him, and then it was like, I check your activity and you're still playing propaganda and you're still doing it with people who aren't safe, except this time instead of a Zionist, it's an abuser. No. You didn't learn your fucking lesson, and you don't get to be in any spaces that I am in because you are not safe. And I know that you are not safe, and I'm not going to let you harm my friends. And I'm going to make sure that my friends know that they have a dangerous person in their midst, because that's what a good friend does. Like I straight up had to, like, edit my last message to them, because this person, after I went to, you know, my good friend, and had to be like, you know, hey, like, right before we do, like, a stream together, hey, I'm really sorry to tell you this, but this person who rated you, who's been in your chat, this person is super unsafe. And, you know, my homie was like, shit, dude, that kind of has me fucked up or whatever. And I appreciate that. I was like, listen, dog, like, I don't want you to think that this is like a thing I'm making you do. I'm just letting you know what this person is like, so you know what you're dealing with, and you can make the call of your own, you know, the decision of your own accord. And he made his call, and I was proud of him for that. But, like, at the end of the day, it was like a whole thing of, like, fucking God, like, how do I word this? How do I word this? How do I fucking word this? I lost my train of thought again. It's getting close to the time where I gotta call it for the night anyway. But, like, you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying, where it's like, I will give people another chance, but if they're not better, then, like, you know, I do have to let my people know, and then they can make the judgment call of their own accord on whether or not they want to keep you around, kind of thing, you know? Like, we all gotta have the strength in numbers, we gotta be there for each other. I will always be that motherfucker who will step in and tell you when you're an idiot. I spend a lot of time trying to unfuck things to make sure people are on the right side. Wish that work is more appreciated. Well, I'll let you know right now, Angel. There's a lot of work we appreciate here in the Hate Crew. I think the work we appreciate most, aside from blowing up bloodsuckers with RPGs, that's up there. But I think the work we appreciate most is the work that you do. Because I think the thing that leads to a lot of things, like, say, shit tons of, you know, streamers and content creators calling each other out, dropping big documents about everything, and just generally making everything into big fucking drama wars, is that people take drama to mean their own thing. They think that, like, having any kind of dispute with a person is drama, and thusly, if you don't, like, actually, like, make people accountable, a lot of people conflate, like, holding people accountable with drama. So it's like, you get all these people who don't want to be the mean person. They don't want to be the one to have to tell somebody, hey, I'm sorry, dog, you're fucking up, and you need to be told. They don't want to do that. So, people get away with doing bad shit all the time. And communities just get worse. It's high school lunchroom bullshit. That's especially funny, because actually, when I was dealing with a really fucked up situation, that was entirely the result of two people deciding that they didn't want to be adults about something. One person, like, defended the way they handled that situation by describing it as, oh, it's like being in a lunchroom, you know? Like, if I don't want to sit, you know, with you, that means I don't want to sit with the people you're sitting with or whatever. And it's like, you're an adult and you're describing the way you want to handle like an interpersonal dispute as like being like a school lunchroom? Are we for real right now? No, same. And, like, let it be known, the whole reason we're having this discussion isn't because we're people that, like, you know, want to, like, wreck shit. You know, we're called the Hate Crew, but the whole reason, the whole hate in the Hate Crew is hating people who seek to make spaces unsafe. The whole purpose of what we do is keeping this space safe. But the reason we have to go about it like this is because nobody wants to bother. Nobody wants to be the one to get their hands dirty. Nobody wants to be the one to go up to the Zionist. Nobody wants to go up to be the one who goes up to like the Zionist in their community and be like, hey dude, you gotta get out. Nobody wants to go up to the person who's making all of their chatters feel uncomfortable and say, hey dude, you gotta get out. Nobody wants to be the bad guy. And like, you shouldn't have to be a bad guy about it. And that's the whole problem. It should just be being a fucking adult about it and being like, hey look dog, I appreciate you being in my chat. I'm sure you're a nice person. I don't want to see you anymore. And that's that. Huh? Oh, shit. Chance? Oh, shit. Alright, hold on a second. Alright. Rat 0. Jerboa 1. Wait. No, that's... Jerboa 0, Rocket Launcher 1. I don't want to see you in heaven is probably one of, like, the most brutal things I think a person can ever be told. And it's why I sometimes use it on people. Oh, right, the other thing I was talking about is, like, when I had to tell that person to leave last year, and then they came back and tried to get buddy-buddy with a homie of me and Chance, when me and Chance both told this person to fuck off, thinking nothing was gonna happen. This person then tried to, like, get a line of contact to me by, like, trying to hit up one of our other moderators and getting her to forward a question to me. And thankfully, this moderator is a person with absolutely zero, like stomach for bullshit. Because she was just like, no, get blocked. Like, straight up. Like, I don't know what you think you're doing, but, like, get blocked. It was really nice to see that, like, my homies were, like, you know, had their heads on straight about that whole affair. And I had to be like, look, dog, I don't want you trying to contact me. I don't want you trying to talk to me. I want absolutely nothing to do with you. Get lost. It's funny you quote that, Ziggy, because ironically, one of the quotes I was going to have on Missy's, like, lower receiver was going to be the phrase, "May you live forever." Chance, it was the one I had to talk to you about, like, last year. On a lighter note, you know I'm old because fucking vacuum shopping. Honestly, Angel, if I could, I'd pass you the vacuum my aunt and uncle gave me. I'd pass you the one my aunt and uncle gave me so it could carry on and find its way into a new home. Okay, so we need a key card for this one. I feel like we only get the key card in the story thing. I'm gonna start winding down. It's been a late night. Conversation's been quite engaging tonight, but we do need to start calling it a night here in this motherfucker. At this rate, just looking for one that'll handle all the dog's hair. Yeah, me and Nix are gonna. We have a Roomba, and we're gonna set it up. But like, first, I need to like move. I need to like put all of my what is it? The Ethernet. I need to put the Ethernet cables like, you know, like on the ceiling. So I'll worry about setting up the Roomba then, and then it can vacuum, which will be nice. Our rooms could use that. Part of a reason I didn't really want to get a dog is because it was like, man, that's like, I gotta have like a dog worry about stuff. Dogs are expensive, homie. It's a lot. Yeah, I'm still kind of stuck on this one. So I'm probably gonna call it here. And I'll go figure out what to do later. But I did get to blow up a bloodsucker with a rocket launcher. That felt pretty good. I wish I got to do that more often. Oh yeah, no, like, if I could have brought Ollie with me and not had to worry about, like, all of the, like, expenses of, like, taking care of a dog's, like, health needs, like, late in life, I would have brought Ollie with me. I would have loved nothing more than to bring Ollie with me. But I kind of couldn't, you know? Because, like, well, one, you know, it's expensive, two, he belongs to my mom, kind of thing. Type shit. Vet bills are criminal. Vet bills are ridiculous. Still never actually found the stash in here. Getting to the point where I wonder if there even is a fucking stash in this train, that icon's just there to fuck with me. Still closed. Actually gonna bounce. Yeah, it's about time we start turning in for the night. So I think I'm gonna send us on down to the bar and get ready to close up the place. I love a night. I love a fucking night. Much chatter, much yapping about storylines, about community safety, keeping your people safe, holding your homies accountable. Heavy shit, but good shit. It's been good to see you all tonight, and I hope you all had a good, nice time. I certainly had a good time just getting to sit down and chat with everybody. Got worried I was gonna start losing my steam on the discussion, but it came right back swinging, and now it's about 1:20. I gotta be awake at 8 o'clock, and I'm just gonna be turning in soon, but thank you all so much for stopping by here. It's been an absolutely lovely time. And, without a co-host, there's not a whole lot of wind-down chatter to do. But, you know, I do just want to make it clear that, it's Cozy glad I popped in. I'm glad you popped in, too. And, I'm glad to see that you and Amy are now both in the server. And, I'm very excited to see how, y'all mesh with us. I think it's going to be nice. And tomorrow night, we have the Glock party happening, which I'm super looking forward to. That's gonna be a fun one. So, I need to make it clear, from the bottom of my heart, that the lots of y'all that I've had for all of these years now, the ones who have only just joined, and the ones who, you know, came in here during, like, the start of the golden age, like, last year, you know, every single one of y'all are an absolute gift to me. Like, I really don't know how to put it. Something about the way the Hate Crew is unlike anything I've ever been a part of before. Any community, scene, circle, you name it. There's a way that all of us kind of have this sort of, like, understanding with each other. The way we all kind of talk about it, like, being in this space has made, you know, things bearable, has kept me on Earth, has made me better, has made me feel better about myself, has made the world seem less scary. You know, that's all that matters, is making sure that I have created a place where you can come in here and a couple of years down the line, you can come up to us and say, Sasha, this space meant everything to me, and thank you for having it. And I get that. I get told that. And every time I do get told that, it makes me be like, you know what? No matter what's going on, no matter what I'm dealing with, no matter what hurts, no matter what makes things feel like I can't keep doing them, I gotta keep doing them. Because, you know, people rely on me. People rely on us. The thing that I said at the outset of the 2024 election, and the thing that I say at the outset of every year, the thing that I say every time things are looking scary, every time things are looking happy, they need us more than ever. And when I say they, I mean everybody. I mean the whole fucking world. The world needs people like us, people who are willing to make the tough calls, people who are willing to keep each other safe, to step up for each other, people who are there to catch each other when we fall, people who are there to put a shoulder up and say, let's talk about what's been hurting you. Let's find a way to put bandages on those cuts until we can find the right stitches to put on them. This is all about being the types of people the world needs us to be. We're not here to blow up. We're not here to get famous. We're not here to become, you know, like fucking like Twitch partners, corporate VTubers, celebrities, legends. We're not here to become legends in culture. We're here to become legends to each other. We're here to be the types of people that we all need each other to be. We're just here to be the types of people that we're needed to be, and do that as best as we can. And along that way, we'll become legends and we'll cement our places in the lives of the people that we know. Everybody who has appeared in chat here, you've cemented your places in my life, and I feel like I've cemented my place in your life a little bit. At least one can hope. One can dream. But to you know, I hope it is coming across with a degree of sincerity when I say that, like, the whole purpose of what we do here is to be there for each other and to make a space that, like, is like no other on Earth. And a place that all of you can feel safe being 100% yourselves. And absolutely standing together in the face of everything that we as humanity are currently combating. And knowing that at the end of the day, we did all we could to make sure that people just like us were going to be okay. That's all that matters. And it can be tough. Sometimes it means you gotta put your foot down. Sometimes it means you gotta kind of be a shithead sometimes. Sometimes you kind of gotta be the one to tell your homie that they're fucking up. Sometimes you gotta shoulder a lot of hurt. You gotta let a person sit down with you and you gotta let them tell you about shit that you didn't even know it was possible for a person to survive. But then you see that glint in their eye. You see that smile after they say, thanks for being here for me. And you know that's what made it all worth it. And I've had those moments every time a person comes up to me and says, Sascha, being in your community made me feel better about myself. It made me feel like I was among like-minded people. It made me finally smile looking at my reflection. It made me finally learn to love my voice. Things like that. You know, being in this community is what made life bearable for me. That kind of thing. It's all about that. It's all about that. So I just wanted to have that little moment at the end here where it's like sometimes it can feel kind of bad having to put your foot down and, you know, like, and hold fast on your, you know, about, like, you know, your morals and stick to your guns and have to, like, you know, hold your boundaries up and be like, look, I love you, but I can't stand by this. It hurts to do that. But sometimes you always got to remember what you're trying to fight for. And that's the thing, is that we're not just here to love and play and sing for it. You do have to fight for it sometimes. Safety, trust, love, and complete total human expression, these are things you gotta fight for. They aren't owed, they aren't promised. It's not guaranteed. And that's kind of the problem with a lot of people. They just don't really think they have to try to keep it. They think that as long as they just keep telling people to let it be, it'll stay. But it doesn't. You have to fight for it. You have to keep pushing as hard as you can to make sure that it stays. And it means that when people threaten that, even without meaning to, you have to do something. So I'm happy I've created a space where it, as far as I can tell, that seems to be working pretty well. And I'm always really happy whenever we get to have new people in it. And I look forward to the years, months, days, hours I get to spend in your company and you in ours. So let's figure out who we're gonna raid out tonight, shall we? I think I know who we're gonna raid. Let me see here. Glint in their eyes, the flashbang I deployed moments before fleeing the scene. I believe it. Also, I don't know why, but Chance, when we were talking about, like, vet bills, you're telling me I have to pay hundreds of smackers for you to scan my rat and tell me it has cancer. That's pretty real, actually, because my sister actually had a pet rat that ended up coming down with a tumor. It was not particularly nice to witness, but it is what it is. When there is a little bit of truth to the phrase death touches us from the moment we first begin to love. You know, you learn to love something and you kind of have to accept that at some point you're gonna lose it. That doesn't mean there's no point to the love. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't love. It just means you gotta love it as hard as you can every second that you have. That's just the way to look at it, you know? So, I think, for the sake of giving some love to my homies, let's raid into one of my longest day ones. Drift into Madness, who I've known since, like, summer of 2022. I've known longer than I think basically everybody we have here in chat right now. Drift's a real one. Drift's a homie. Drift has been hanging out with us more in the VCs lately, and I appreciate the fuck out of her hanging out with us again, because she's a fucking blast, and I've been meaning to have her on for some Pac-Man World 2 bullshit. So, you know what? I'm gonna have tonight's raid message be the message that I ended off my fan cam last night with. Here we go. How about some Pripyat City Horse Crew? How we feeling about that? I like how the chat message got cut off. It's really funny. It's really good. It's really good, Twitch. Thanks. Shithead. Alright. Alright. So, we're gonna raid into Drift. What is Drift playing? Drift is playing Core Keeper. I remember Core Keeper. Core Keeper. Core Keeper is a game I remember seeing a while ago, and it looked very nice. I've heard it was pretty solid, and I remember my homies playing it back in 2022, so I'm interested in seeing where it's gone now. But, let's get a good look at that, shall we? Let me see here. Let's get you up on the TV, old homie. It's a nice chill vibe. After tonight's very talkative and often verbose discussions, I feel like chilling with a homie playing some Core Keeper feels like a good way to send off the night. So, I'm gonna get ready to send all y'all over, and we will close up shop here, and I will see y'all when I see you. Alright, let me get that raid set up for you. So, here's what's going to be going on for the rest of the week. On Thursday, this Thursday, so in a couple of days, me and Emot, designation Emot, a homie I've been meaning to have on stream for a decent while now, we are going to be playing some Cultic, which I'm extremely excited for. I've been very much looking forward to that one. On Sunday, what do I have going on Sunday? That's a really good question, actually, Sascha. What do you have going on Sunday? Deep Snow Delivery with Mono. And then next week, we have Pathologic and then The Suffering. So it's going to be very interesting. What else you want to follow? What else I'm up to? You can go to Blue Sky, check that out. You know, I'm always tweeting updates about the things I'm working on, the things that I'm doing. You can join the Discord server and hang out with us. We have a game night tomorrow night where we're all going to be playing Open Fortress. It's a free TF2 mod. Look into that. We got movie nights, game nights, listening parties for albums. All of these are, like, voted on by the people, and hosted by the people, too. You'll also get to see the lore channel when that's all updated in there. Yeah, or if you want to support us, you know, we got Throne, Ko-Fi, merch site, you name it. I'll see you all in Drift's chat. Drift's pronouns are she, they. Respect the rules, respect the pronouns, don't be weird, don't be a dick. You fuck up in there, you're not coming back in here. Repeat City Hate Crew for life, free chance and Izumi, and I'm out.